is to respond to requests for an investigation into whether council or one of its boards or committees has complied with the Act's closed meeting provisions, which are located under Section 239 of the Act. The Integrity Commissioner serves a number of functions, including advisor to council and its board members and committee members on the application of the town's Code of Conduct, as well as the Conflict of Interest Act, and will investigate alleged contraventions. To date, Mr. Greg Stewart has performed these functions for the town. However, as of 2023, Mr. Stewart has decided to step away from this service area. So upon learning that Mr. Stewart would no longer be renewing his was not interested, in renewing his contract, the town, along with the County of Oxford and the townships of Southwest Oxford, Zora, East Zora, Tavistock, and Blandford Blenheim entered into a joint RFP for closed meeting investigation and Integrity Commissioner services. Of the 3 submissions that were received, staff are recommending the appointment of Robert J. Swayze due to his extensive knowledge and experience, as is detailed in the report in front of council. Should council approve the appointment, staff will work with Mr. Swayze to facilitate an introductory session at a future meeting of council, and will also work to update the information contained on the town's website to reflect his contact information, which is to be publicly available. One piece of information that I failed to include in my report is the fact that Mr. Stewart did agree to a month-long contract extension with the town, and thus there will be no gap in service between when Mr. Stewart's contract ends with us and then Mr. Swayze's is set to commence as of February 1st, should council approve his appointment. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Wilson, would you like to move a resolution, please?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bowman. The Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll received staff report C-003-23 as information, and that Council approve the appointment of Robert J. Swayze as the town's Integrity Commissioner and closed meeting investigator effective February 1st, 2023 through to December 21st, 2026. And that a bylaw to appoint Robert J. Swayze as Integrity Commissioner and closed meeting investigator for the 2023 to 2026 term of council be presented to council for enactment. And further, that the clerk and mayor be authorized to execute agreements related thereto.
Is there any discussion on the motion? I don't see any. I will say that I do appreciate the cooperation at the county and the town to provide this service. It enabled us to put one RFP forward and be able to everybody receive the service that they need. I also say that I certainly support Mr. Swayze's appointment. He is certainly qualified by his resume and has a lot of experience, so he should be able to do the job without an issue. So with that, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We'll just take 2 seconds to confer with staff on our next actions and see if our technical difficulties are improving. I thank our presenters for their patience. We are just going to continue on for a little bit longer in the hopes that we have the full system running. So we are going to continue on to the special staff reports, or special reports for zoning applications. We'll start with number 7, ZN 6-22-7 Wallace Line, applicant Hugh Handy. And I will ask Mr. Ron Verstegen to present his report, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Planning application's been prepared, and it's a supplementary report to the public meeting that was held last month. Property in particular, unfortunately I can't share it with you, but I think you have it part of your planning reports, are on the northwest corner of Wallace Line and Robinson Road. And in particular, what the applicant is seeking is an official plan amendment, a draft plan of subdivision, and also a zone change to allow an industrial plan of subdivision on the subject property, which in particular proposes 4 blocks for industrial use, a sanitary pumping station, a stormwater management block, an open space block, and also no municipal road that would stand north of Robinson Road. In terms of the property itself, it is approximately 57.5 hectares in size, or just a little over 142 acres. The lands predominantly right now are being used for agricultural purposes. There is an existing dwelling and an accessory building that are to be removed as part of, once the applicant seeks approval. In terms of the other elements on the property, there is a provincially significant wetland that's contained on the northern part of the property, the northwest corner of the property, and also extends along the northern limits and in the northeast. There's also significant wetlands. That said, those areas are identified as Block 7 that are to be protected and then designated or dedicated to a public authority. There's also a small watercourse that's also contained within Block 7. Now, if council is fully aware, these lands were part of a large area that were brought into the town of Ingersoll in January 1st of last year, part of approximately 630 hectares. I believe we have Dillon that's going to be making the presentation on the secondary planning exercise tonight. Now, in terms of the industrial blocks, there's range in size from fairly small, being 0.76 hectares or just under 2 acres in area, to one being fairly large, a 22 hectare or 54.5 acre parcel. In terms of surrounding land uses, we have Cami Automotive to the direct east of the property. We have Verspeten Cartage to the immediate south, and also a trucking operation to the south well. Those lands are within the township of Southwest Oxford. Beyond that, we have agricultural lands to the northwest of the property and to the west of the property, as well as rural residential properties that are within the township of Southwest Oxford. Now, in terms of the development ourselves, from a planning perspective, we view these, in our opinion, as an appropriate form of development given the surrounding land uses, in particular the Cami Automotive property and the two industrial lands to the immediate south. Through the review, basically those industrial uses cast a fairly significant impact on what these lands can be used for. Again, what we're trying to do from a planning perspective is to avoid situations where we're purposely creating conflicting land uses. And by conflicting, I mean probably the most classic example would be residential and industrial. Now, in terms of land needs, the report details that there was a Hampson study that was done on behalf of the county that basically looked at the growth projections within the county, obviously included Ingersoll, from a residential needs and also an industrial needs. And through that analysis that was done in 2019, it was done with a 20-year view to go from 2019 to 2039. It identified that there was an industrial land need of 109 gross hectares. Now, since that study was completed, the provincial policy statement has been amended to allow municipalities to go to project to a 25-year as opposed to a 20-year. So then we're talking now about a 2021 to a 2046 projected needs. And based on these, there's been revised estimates from an employment perspective done by county planning. They had identified that actually there was a gross need in Ingersoll of 185 hectares of gross industrial lands within the town. Now, bearing in mind again that these lands are approximately 57.5 hectares in area, they fit well within the needs from a perspective of a 25-year growth projection for the town of Ingersoll. Now, that said, there's also worth noting that there has been additional development, industrial development, where that's been recently approved within the town of Ingersoll. Those will be reflected in the secondary planning exercise that's currently ongoing. But that said, it's anticipated with other approvals being recently granted, anticipated for development in the short term, it's only expected that the demand would be increased from basically, so again, it further illustrates that the land need is there to justify these from an industrial perspective. Now, along with that, what's required when we do this type of an exercise, and again, the secondary planning exercise is a good demonstration, it has to go through a comprehensive review which identifies a number of elements that have to be done. There has to review from a needs perspective There also has to be a review of the agricultural impacts. What is the impact on surrounding agricultural operations as a result of this development? And through the review by the applicant, it's been demonstrated that the industrial uses already in the immediate area already have an impact on those agricultural uses. So this new industrial development would not have any significant increases or impacts on those adjacent agricultural operations. Other elements as part of that review include servicing. In this particular case, the consultant reviewed the existing servicing in the immediate area and it determined that there could be an extension of existing services in the immediate area. So there has been an interim solution provided in terms of servicing these lands. And what I mean by interim, the pumping station that's identified within this development is an interim development or an interim solution. When the secondary planning exercise is completed, ultimately there would be the full servicing component that would be part of that exercise. So whether this block is needed on this parcel or whether it's needed elsewhere would be determined at that point. So that said, the block is to be owned by the owner at the current time, be built by the owner. However, it would be operated by the County of Oxford Public Works Department as it would for any other pumping station within the county. In terms of traffic, it was evaluated. The existing network of roads in the immediate area of the property can adequately accommodate the industrial development within this, or anticipated within this development. Other elements include as the natural heritage, which is the environmental features. And again, through the review of the report and comments provided by the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority, all of those environmental features have been properly protected and identified in with Block 7. There is also, through a combination of setbacks that would be recommended for development along there, we feel that the environmental features on the property have been properly protected. In terms of other compatibility issues, there was a noise study that's been completed by the applicant, and in that particular case, the noise study had determined, based on surrounding residential uses in the immediate area to the northeast and also to the southwest of the property, there was a recommendation to prohibit certain types of industrial uses, which would be considered Class 3 uses, which are the heavier, more ability to generate noise, vibration, and dust. In that particular case, there was a recommendation to not allow a feed mill, a concrete batching plant, or grain elevators on the property, which would be reflected in the zoning bylaw, which approved by council, if approved by council, will be one of the things that we will bring to council at a future date. The other elements that the report had recommended, that Blocks 2, which is the southwest corner of the property, which is adjacent to the residential properties to the west, with our in southwest Oxford, and also Block 4, which is the north, which is along Wallace line. There is again residential properties to the north of that parcel. The recommendation from the report, which we feel appropriate, is that there would be a further noise study done when those developments come forward through the site plan process to determine what setbacks, what attenuation may be required to properly attenuate those residential properties. And then finally, there was also a cultural heritage that was done, which identified any significant cultural artifacts on the property, and there was deemed to be none. In terms of agency comments, quickly, they were supportive of the application. They are reflected in the recommended conditions that are part of the report for council's consideration. The other comment probably worth mentioning is from the town's Economic Development Department. Curtis had requested that a minimum lot coverage be included in the bylaw to ensure that there is actually a certain amount of building that would be constructed on each one of the sites. And also it recommended a further deletion of trucking transport terminals be a part of the zoning bylaw to ensure, again, that what happens here is they're not just essentially become large parking lots, which really aren't what would be considered employment generators. In terms of comments from the neighbors, as council will recall, at the public meeting, there was a neighbor that came forward who had raised 2 questions, one of which was the impact on neighboring wells, private wells, And at that meeting, the engineering consultant had confirmed that this would obviously be on full municipal services. So the anticipation of impact on neighboring wells is to be minimal. And then the other element, again, was the noise study, and I've already touched on that, in that there's already been a noise study done to eliminate certain Class 3 industrial uses, but there would still be a requirement for blocks 2 and 4 for additional noise studies that would be done through future site plan approvals. So, Your Worship, just to kind of quickly summarize, based on all of the above, we feel the application for official plan amendment and zone change in the draft plan of subdivision is appropriate, meets the provincial policy statement, also meets strategic intent of the county official plan, and subject to the conditions of draft plan approval, there is a recommendation to support each one of the applications.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very thorough report. Councillor Bowman, are you comfortable moving the resolution at this point?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor, as long as you can hear me. I know
can hear
we're
you.
still having technical difficulties, but as long as you can hear me, I will so continue if you wish.
Thank you very much. We can hear you, sir. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Moved by myself, Councillor Bowman, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll approve in principle the zone change application, file number ZN 6-22-7, submitted by 2862083 Ontario Incorporated for lands described as Part Lot 25, Concession 1, West Oxford, in the Town of Ingersoll, to rezone the lands from General Agricultural Zone A2 to Special General Industrial Zone MG Special, Open Space Zone OS, and Special Open Space Zone OS Special to facilitate the proposed industrial draft plan of subdivision. And further that the Council of the Town of Ingersoll advised the county that the town supports the application to amend the official plan, file number OP 22-12-6, submitted by the 2862083 Ontario Incorporated for lands described as Part Lot 25, Concession 1, West Oxford, in the Town of Ingersoll, to redesignate the lands from agricultural reserve to industrial, environmental protection, and open space to facilitate the proposed industrial draft plan of subdivision. And also that Schedule C-3 Oxford County supplementary strategic plan is to be amended to identify the subject lands as large urban center. And further that the Council of the Town of Ingersoll advise County Council that the town supports the application for draft plan of subdivision, file number SB 2203-6, submitted by 2862083 Ontario Incorporated for lands described as Part Lot 25, Concession 1, West Oxford, in the Town of Ingersoll, subject to the conditions listed in the report CP 2023-1.
Thank you very much. Are there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will say that I am in full support of this. I think it's exciting that a developer has chosen to develop an industrial within our community. That is something that was unheard of a very short time ago. And so I thank them for choosing our community for this and working with their staff to produce a very acceptable proposal going forward. And I'm excited for the future for our employment within the Town of Ingersoll with this. So,
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say the same thing. And again, it is nice to see that we are moving forward.
Excellent. I certainly agree with that. Are there any further comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. At this time, it now appears that our technical difficulties are concluded with, so we will proceed back up to our delegations delegation presentations, and we'll welcome our guests from Dillon Consulting to give their presentation on the Southwest Secondary Plan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The secondary plan process is designed to ensure that new areas that were brought into the municipality by boundary adjustment are planned for properly and to minimize conflicting land uses. This process is a long process with public input at various points. This is a joint project of the county, the town, and Dillon Consulting was chosen through RFP to guide this project since this is once in a decade or longer process. With that, I'll turn it over to Justine, Giancola, and Ron Shishido to give us an update on where we're at with the secondary plan.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us today. I do have a presentation to share. I'm not sure if I'm able to share that now. It is disabled on my end at the moment, or if you guys will be going through it on your end.
We will get you just 1 second here.
While we're getting that going, perhaps I can start with some brief introductions. My name is Justine Giancola, and I'm a partner with Dillon Consulting, and thank you for having me here today. With me, I've got Ron Shishido, also a partner with Dillon Consulting, and a registered professional planner with over 40 years experience working with municipalities across the province and across the country and internationally. And Lindsay Noren, one of our most recent additions to the team. And we really appreciate the opportunity to work on this important project for the town and the county.
Well, welcome to Ingersoll. We are the recent recipients of a brand new hybrid system. So there is some growing pains with that, and it's a learning experience. So I thank you for your patience, but we will 100% make sure that you can share the presentation just shortly here.
It should be good now.
You should have the ability now.
Amazing, thank you. Is someone able to confirm that they can see that?
That's correct, we can.
Fantastic.
I can also see it on my end now.
So we wanted to go through a brief update on a few things today, just provide a bit of a project update, provide an overview of the issues and opportunities that were presented to the public at a public meeting on November 9th, as well as the draft secondary plan principles, provide an overview of the preliminary growth concept that was also presented at that meeting, and discuss some of the key feedback and input that we heard to date. And we've got a brief overview of next steps and open to any thoughts and considerations that you might be able to share with us today on the information that we're about to present. So as you know, Ingersoll is targeted for steady residential and employment growth. And the County of Oxford guides growth management and planning and provides those growth targets for each of the area municipalities. As part of our recent exercise, an additional 47,200 people and 21,100 jobs were forecasted for Oxford County to 2046, of which about 33% of the people and 15% of those jobs are projected for Ingersoll. After factoring out growth that can be accommodated within the existing built-up area and designated greenfield areas, there is a need for additional residential and employment land that was identified. And as you know, back in 2021, through about 630 hectares of land were brought in from Southwest Oxford into the town as part of this urban boundary adjustment to accommodate that growth. We started a process in the spring to look at secondary planning for these areas. And the intent of this meeting really is to bring yourselves up to speed on the project and what we've done to date, present those core principles and what we've heard, and gain any direction to guide the draft secondary plan. And while the County of Oxford official plan provides the overall mission and policies for growth management for the town of Ingersoll, secondary plans are a more detailed plan for a subject geography that would identify things like land use, the community design, transportation, and municipal infrastructure, and how those lands might accommodate growth in the long term, including phasing. So the Southwest Ingersoll secondary plan will be implemented ultimately through an official plan amendment to the county's official plan. And it will bring the lands into the urban area to meet the 25-year land need. And so right now, the county's official plan designates these properties. Some of the lands are future urban growth. You'll see those in blue on the study area identified, and the remaining are agricultural reserve currently. So this exercise would redesignate those lands for urban growth. And if we look at the area, we presented a series of kind of issues and opportunities for growth and organized it based on 3 components of the study area just for ease. And so if we look at the first piece being kind of the east side of Ingersoll, there's approximately 59 hectares of land here. And there's a number of opportunities that this area provides to accommodate growth. Most of it is designated future urban growth already or zoned development. It's close to existing amenities compared to the remaining subject lands, and close to the existing trail network. It also provides direct access from Highway 401 via plank line, and there's water supply and treatment facilities in nearby vicinity. Some of the constraints of this area is that Clark Road will need some improvements here. There's no fronting gravity sewer outlet at the moment, and there may be limited opportunity for employment uses given the surrounded area and compatibility. If we look at the land south of the 401, approximately 280 hectares of land, and here we see some large, fairly flat parcels with their immediate access to Highway 401 and really excellent visibility. The proximity to the arterial road network and primary cycling network are also opportunities for growth here. And these areas are buffered from the existing community area. Some of the constraints to growth relate to these provincially significant wetland and rail corridor that bisect the area. I'm not sure if my cursor is visible, but if it is, I'm showing you where it is there. And the Curry Road and Union Road are both rural gravel roads at the moment and would require some upgrades. In addition, while the highway acts as a buffer from the existing community area, it also acts as a barrier to connectivity and would require extension of municipal servicing south of the highway. These lands are in the MTO permit area, and their arterial roads are in the control area and would be restricted access. And when we look at the lands on the west side of Ingersoll, approximately another 280 hectares of land. Again, several large parcels that are close to the highway provide proximity to the existing employment area and CAMI site. There is also a spur line that supports good movement here, and excellent proximity to the urban arterial and collector road network. There's also some existing servicing that can be utilized in close proximity. Some of the challenges are related to natural heritage features, and again, that spur line bisects the area, and that development will need to accommodate land use compatibility. And similar to the other areas, Hamilton Street and Wallace line may require some upgrades. So the project team identified 5 core principles that were identified to support the secondary planning process. And the first of those principles is to be a catalyst for economic development, financial investment, and job creation in Ingersoll. And really, this first principle is around realizing the proximity and access to Highway 401 corridor and supporting prestigious opportunities to foster business and employment growth for the long term. The second principle, protect, preserve, and enhance natural heritage resources, recognizes the important function of the natural heritage elements within the study area and the need to identify and protect the existing natural assets and identify opportunities to build on the natural heritage system and provide linked natural areas to promote net environmental gain. The third principle is around maintaining and honoring the cultural and agricultural history of Ingersoll. And the secondary plan will provide policies on the design of new development to leverage the unique character, honor the past, and manage our impacts on adjacent agricultural uses. The fourth principle was around enhancing Ingersoll as a complete community, looking at promoting efficient use of land, compact urban form, and a mix of uses in proximity to the existing and future amenities. And the fifth principle is around sustainable economic and community growth for Ingersoll's long-term prosperity. This principle is around identifying an approach to manage growth that minimizes the use of existing and planned infrastructure and identifies new municipal infrastructure solutions that support financial sustainability over the life cycle. And so with those principles, we've identified a preliminary growth concept that was presented to the public November 9th. And that preliminary growth concept looked at the east side, providing an opportunity for new residential and potentially some supportive commercial uses in proximity to the existing amenities such as schools, parks, and businesses. There's also an opportunity to add new recreational facilities to address the community's long-term needs, and passive recreational indication on there was identified as an opportunity to provide things like ball diamonds or soccer fields and that sort of thing that we've heard from the community as being an important opportunity moving forward and a need to preserve land for. When we look at the land south, we see a lot of opportunity for prime industrial development, excellent visibility and access to Highway 401. There's also an opportunity to introduce gateway features on the two arterial roads here and provide some service and commercial uses along those roads to provide support for those employment lands and employees over the long term. This area includes several natural heritage features that need to be protected, preserved, and enhanced. And as we look at the infrastructure and road network here, we're looking at how to continue to do so. And when we look at the lands west, we see an opportunity for new industrial development in proximity to the existing industrial lands in rail spur. And those are identified in that kind of like orangey color overlay. Some lands along King and Hamilton potentially could, if appropriately buffered, could be suitable for some residential land, and those are identified in the blue. And again, there's a number of natural heritage features that need to be protected, preserved, and enhanced. And we see an opportunity to provide some trail connections and new recreational uses to support the community's long-term needs, again, in this area. So we had a fairly good turnout for the public meeting in November. We had a bit over, I believe, a bit over 50 people in attendance. And had a great chat in your council chambers there. Unfortunately, we weren't able to live stream it as well, but we did have a number of people come out in person and join us for the event. A number of key themes emerged from the feedback, both in the room talking to the community members that participated and additional feedback that was provided through the online, the website and email correspondence following the meeting. A number of key themes emerged from that input. The first really is around the interest in having community input, and there was a lot of thanks for doing a public meeting in person again and having the opportunity to go walk through the panels individually with members of the team. There was a desire to continue to have significant community input as this project progresses, and recognition that this is such an important project for the community. There was also a number of feedback and input around the need to support compact growth and provide a broader range of housing to meet the community's long-term and affordability needs. And these comments ranged from, providing housing for all, making sure that we are addressing a diverse range of housing and economic lands that are connected to an active transportation network, and providing missing middle housing typologies. The third theme was around new recreational facilities and the need for a better active transportation connections to existing community amenities. And we heard the importance of our social interactions and natural connections, and how our communities and the way they're built provide supportive environments to allow us to live within walking distance to amenities. We also heard about the importance of the natural heritage considerations and to protect those for the long term. And the importance for land use compatibility. And just 1 moment, please.
We didn't plan for that.
It's quite okay, life happens. So.
Definitely, it does happen more often than not.
Sorry about that. 2 little guys both came in.
Not a problem.
I guess I should have stayed at the office for the afternoon. Anyways, and the last piece was around the importance of land use compatibility and long-term sustainability of food production, recognizing that these areas, how we plan them, will have lasting impacts. And
Sorry, can I just ask that you turn your microphone back up? It's a little bit quiet.
oh, interesting, I did not adjust it. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So the last point was around sustainability and local food production, and the importance that climate change is becoming more apparent, and extreme weather events, and the need to look at how we conserve our resources and plan for the long term with these areas. And so a number of next steps have been identified in this project. We are in the process of working through preparing a draft secondary plan based on the feedback we received from the community members and the project team. That will include a land use plan, transportation plan, public realm improvement plan, and community design guidelines. And once the preliminary draft infrastructure improvements are identified, this project also includes undertaking a financial impact assessment to ensure their long-term viability. We also have a second round of public engagement planned for the spring to present the draft secondary plan and go through any feedback and input on that. And then we have a public meeting that would follow that in terms of any official plan amendment. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions or comments that you may have to help us support the secondary planning process. Thank you for your time.
Excellent. I'll just start off by thanking you for the work you've done so far. And I'll thank the residents who's participated in providing input into this. It's an important topic. We don't bring land within our community very often, so it's truly a once in a lifetime opportunity. At least in my lifetime, it's been once in a lifetime. So it's an important exercise, and you have to get it right from the beginning. So if you haven't had an input yet, make sure you choose to participate in the next public session, or put your comments through anytime you like, and we'll make sure they get where they need to be, to make sure they're considered, because we do want this truly to be what Ingersoll wants it to be for the future. Does council have any questions on the presentation? Deputy Mayor Wilson?
I just have a question. At the public meeting, it made note of the importance of consulting with the Indigenous community, but I don't see that reflected in this presentation. So I'm just curious if that's part of the next steps, or if that had already happened, and how you go about doing that.
Thank you for that excellent question, and through you, the chair. The town has provided some preliminary requests for input and feedback to a number of the Indigenous communities that do have land rights in this area. And it is an ongoing process to try to gain that feedback and input into the process. And we are in the early stages of obtaining some important feedback. I'm not sure if Ron Verstegen from the county wanted to talk to any of the other county initiatives around that topic as well.
Yeah, I don't know if really I have much to add, other than I know that we have had discussion with, there has been a preliminary meeting set up with one of the First Nations. Beyond that's really probably about all I have to add.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none, I'll thank our presenters for presenting to us. Thank you for the work you've done. And I will now call upon Councillor Hughes for a resolution, please.
Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Halleroux, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the presentation from Justine, Giancola, and Ron Shishido, partners from Dillon Consulting, regarding the Southwest Ingersoll Secondary Plan update as information.
Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We will now move back to special reports, zoning applications, and we'll go to item 8 on the agenda, ZN 6-2204, 31 Thames Street South. Mr. Verstegen.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a supplementary report for Council's consideration. This was dealt with previously at a public meeting in June of last year. The property is municipally known as 31 Thames Street South, which commonly known, or at least I was being known as the planing mill property, just south of the Thames River on Thames Street. And in particular, the applicant is seeking to extend a temporary zoning on the property for a 3-year period to permit the continuation of a modular house manufacturing business on the property. And maybe if I can share the map, hopefully this works. So the property is identified in red on the, as part of plate 1 of the planning report, and maybe what I'll do is I'll just leave it on plate 2 of the report, which is the air photo as of April 2020. So the lands are currently designated as central business district in the county official plan and have the special zoning. In terms of the property itself, there's three buildings on the property, and in particular where the existing use is located is in the larger building, which is identified under the subject property label, which is about 7,200 square feet in area. One of the other buildings currently contains a commercial school. The property itself is about just under a hectare in area, or about 2¼ acres. From a history perspective, the applicant sought a temporary zoning back in 2019 for this use to be permitted. At that time, town staff and planning staff recommended a 1-year temporary zoning, which was granted by town council, and it lapsed in 2020, in September of 2020, or it was basically deep in the middle of the lockdown as a result of COVID. And again, as further details, back in 2016, the applicant actually obtained a minor variance from the town to increase the existing septic tank on the property to enable or to accommodate interior renovations to one of the commercial buildings for a future tenant. That was granted by Committee of Adjustment. However, the necessary upgrades to the septic system were not undertaken. Now, in terms of the current application, through detailed in the planning report, our opinion is that the application is generally consistent with the PPS, which does promote business activity on underutilized parcels within the town central area. That said, the official plan policies, which are obviously for central business district, do not support our industrial development on commercial properties in the downtown area. That said, they do allow council to consider temporary zoning on properties that don't necessarily coincide with official plan policies, subject to meeting certain criteria to council satisfaction. Now, in this particular case, again, there's a history here. The zoning was permitted back in 2019. The use, as my understanding, has continued, so the impact of that use has been well established now for at least 4 or 5 years. So and there was no neighboring landowners have been, that identified any concerns through the circulation of the application to their knowledge. So our anticipation is that the impacts of this use continuing are fairly minimal. Now, that said, there was comments provided by the building department that identified a number of requirements in the first report, and that basically detailed that the applicant was, if the continued use of the septic system, that the town would require an engineering report that basically had an assessment of the septic system, basically reviewed the current system, ensured that it's operating as designed, and any mitigative measures that may be required. And then finally, that the applicant would be required to install the necessary upgrades to the septic system to bring it up to the current standards, and also build or provide as-built drawings to confirm that the system was built according to what the engineering report had detailed. So based on that, now again, that was back in June 2022. Since this time, the applicant and town staff, planning staff have met on a number of occasions to deal with this. So through this basic understanding of what was required, the building department confirmed that the engineering report was submitted. The necessary upgrades to the septic system were installed just prior to the new year and did provide as-built drawings. Now, the building department confirmed, again, through a site inspection, that the works were done and were in support of the application moving forward. So based on the fact that this is a continuation of an existing temporary zoning, we feel comfortable supporting it again. This time, however, for a 3-year period. The applicant has been advised that if there is any intensification attended, new uses proposed to the property, this would go beyond of what would be considered appropriate for the existing septic system and would be required to hook up to the to the municipal sanitary sewer system. So based on that, Your Worship, there is a recommendation to support the application. Subject to any questions from council, that's the extent of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Verstegen. Are there any questions from council on the application? Councilor Van Kouten-Bosens.
Thank you, Mayor. Through to you to Ron. Is there a reason why we keep doing a temporary? Can you explain why we wouldn't just grant this company the opportunity to just continue? Why is it that we're doing a 3-year again at this point in time?
Good question. Through the chair, it's really because it's an industrial use, and really we don't want to see industrial uses occupy properties in the downtown. The preference is for commercial uses or business administrative uses, which is really what the policies are there for. And I think if we grant this on a permanent basis from a planning perspective, I think it creates a bit of an undesirable precedent for other properties in the downtown core where we could see business that are for industrial uses, which is really what we don't envision to be occupying in the downtown core.
So follow up just to that then. So this business could keep coming back to us after a 3-year period and ask for another 3-year temporary use extension. And if it's still at the same spot that it was today, could be granted that, depending upon a council, obviously, but essentially just keep doing that 3-year extension if things weren't to change in that respect.
I mean, ultimately, council can decide at any point when these come up to say, no, this is it. We don't like these, notwithstanding what staff have recommended. So it's always at council's discretion. But yeah, I mean, that does beg the question, okay, what happens with these continual extensions? And really, is this really kind of doing a round, an end run on the policies? That's a good question. I mean, we would, at some point, if there's not a commitment and the applicant seemed to indicate that this is the final extension or that he might be seeking, that's why I think we're willing to live with this recommendation at this point. In 3 years, I mean, it could be a different story. I'm not really sure. It really depends on how active they have been in trying to pursue other types of uses for the property that would be more in line with the policies.
Any further questions? Councilor Hughes.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Well, I'm glad to see that they did the septic system upgrade. which was requested back a couple of years ago. It's good to see that. I'm definitely in support of extending the industrial, but I do not want to see a permanent change to the zoning there due to the fact that it could be an intensification of industrial in our downtown. I know it's kind of outside of downtown, out of sight, but it's still something that potentially could develop into something a little more commercial as opposed to industrial. That's a comment that I have.
There's no further questions. I will ask for Councilor Hughes to make a resolution, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Helleroux, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll approves the zone change application submitted by 2187439 Ontario Inc. for lands known municipally as 31 Thames Street South to amend the zoning of temporary special central commercial, excuse me, zone CC10 bracket T manufacturing business in an existing building for a period not to exceed 3 years.
Discussion. Well, I will say that I will be supporting this. This property, I thank the applicant for doing the necessary upgrades. I support the use of the property the way it is, seeing how we have no complaints to the contrary. This property is extremely constrained. It's well within floodplain. It has historical constraints to it as well. That was for its historical uses. Traditionally, Ingersoll's downtown, especially that area, was industrial. So we still have the past to deal with, no matter what we do. So I think seeing how we've had no complaints on the property, it is fully constrained. This allows the owner to regain some use of the property and still be an economic driver within the town. So I will be supporting this. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Verstegen. At this time, we hear the bells chime at 7 o'clock, and I will ask for a short recess. Let's take 15 minutes, and then we can come back and continue our meeting. Thank you. Call the meeting back to order. And we are going down to delegations and presentations. And what I will say is that we were supposed to have another special staff report. So if someone is looking at the agenda from before, I'll just give an update on that. That was withdrawn at this time because the applicant did revise their application, and so it has to be recirculated. No, that's fine. And then, so we will go to community services. Department was supposed to present tonight. They're item number 9. Unfortunately, that our director could not be here this evening. So we are going to move on to number 10, the building department orientation presentation, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council. I prepared a brief presentation for you to try to just encapsulate the gist of what the building department is and what we do. The objective is to provide council with an overview of how and why the building department operates. So the first question that comes from that is, why does the municipality have a building department in the first place? The requirement for enforcement of the Ontario Building Code Act and the Ontario Building Code is mandated by the province of Ontario and is regulated by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. So if you like, they force us on the municipalities. So the council of each municipality is responsible for the enforcement of the act in the municipality. The way that the council basically does that, and the way the act states it, is that the council of each municipality shall appoint a chief building official and such inspectors as are necessary for the enforcement of the act in the areas in which the municipality has jurisdiction. That basically means anything to do in our area that's not regulated by an applicable authority, such as Upper Thames or another provincial ministry along those guidelines. So, bear with me. What is the Ontario Building Code Act and the Ontario Building Code? The Ontario Building Code Act is a provincial legislative act. It defines the roles and the responsibilities of various persons and entities. The act provides the authority for administering the Ontario Building Code, as well as providing the procedures and processes for the enforcement of the code. The Ontario Building Code itself is a regulation that's made under the Building Code Act 1992. The Ontario Building Code was first issued in 1975, and the code is essentially a set of minimum provisions respecting the safety of buildings with reference to public health, accessibility, and structural sufficiency. And the next part is important. It is not intended to be a textbook on building design, advice on which should be sought from professional sources. Its primary purpose is the promotion of public safety through the application of appropriate uniform standards. The code itself has changed drastically since it first came in 1975. It should be noted here that prior to 2006, the code itself was prescriptive. What that means is that there was no wiggle room or consideration given to alternatives. What was printed in the code, what it said, is what you enforced. There was very little lateral movement in it. Since 2012, we've now gone to what's called an objective-based code. So the objective-based code allows the chief building official to look at alternative solutions. So we're now allowed to look at things that can be considered if it meets the intent of that section of the code. So it gives a lot more flexibility for interpretation to the building officials when we're on site. And that also comes into play at the application stage. So when the set of plans come in, If it doesn't fully match what it says in the code, they are allowed to bring forward an application for an alternative solution to meet that section of the code and tell us why their proposal meets that, and then it's up to us to either accept it or reject it. So it's a much better code system since 2012. Bear with me. So, excuse me. There are multiple roles that are defined in the Act, so I'm going to cover a few of these for you, just to highlight the special ones. The first one is the role of the province. The province's role is to update the Ontario Building Code Act and the Ontario Building Code itself. They are to develop and maintain the qualification and registration system for building practitioners, which includes building officials, such as chief building officials, supervisors, managers, plans examiners, inspectors, certain classes of designers fall under BCIN qualifications, it's called as well. Building code identification numbers are assigned to them and gives them the right as a designer to design under the building code. Okay? There are currently 13 areas of testing and certification under the ministry. I have all those qualifications. You don't have to have all those certifications, but you do have to have certifications in any area that you're inspecting. So if I have an inspector working for me and he has small buildings, he's qualified to inspect small buildings, for argument's sake, I would not be able to send them out to a complex building to do inspections or have him review plans for a complex building. So you can only do work in the areas that you're qualified. Right? The minister itself, or the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing in this case, is responsible for the administration of the Ontario Building Code Act. And the way he does that is the minister assigns a director to oversee the code and implement changes to the act and or the building code itself. The province does not oversee the administering or enforcement activities of the municipalities. That's left up to the municipality. So the role of the municipality's role is to enforce the Ontario Building Code Act and the Ontario Building Code by, one, creating and adopting a building bylaw, which I'm sure you've all seen. Number two, appoint a qualified chief building official and inspectors as are necessary for the enforcement of the Act and the code. The number of inspectors, you should note here as well, is to be determined by the chief building official and approved through council. So I would come to you and say, I need X number of inspectors based on workloads, based on permits, et cetera, to do the work, and you would decide whether that makes sense or not. Okay. It's also up to the municipality to establish a code of conduct for the chief building official and the inspectors. So the role of the chief building official. So the chief building official is an employee of the town. However, the powers and duties that are placed upon him by the province supersede all municipal bylaws and direction given by council respecting construction or demolition of buildings. And that's straight out of the Building Code Act, Section 35(1). So what this basically means is that council cannot override the building code or applicable standards. Bylaws cannot be brought in to cancel anything in the building code. You can, however, bring a bylaw in to enhance the building code. So you can go a step above the building code, but you can't go under. You can never diminish. Right? The chief building official's independent role is to establish operational policies for the enforcement of the Act and the building code within the applicable jurisdiction, to coordinate and oversee the enforcement of the Act and the building code within the applicable jurisdiction. So in relation to number two, the goal is to work with stakeholders to achieve compliance with the applicable standards. It's not meant to be a heavy-handed approach. Last resort is always prosecution. But after all else fails, we're not looking to go out and assert ourselves against, the ordinary person out there. Number 3, to exercise powers and perform the other duties assigned to him under the Act and the building code. So that would be such as the issuance of permits, issuance of orders under the Act, such as order to comply, stop work orders, unsafe buildings. We could prohibit occupancy of buildings if necessary, issue emergency orders where necessary for structural insufficiency of the buildings, that sort of thing. Number 4 is to exercise the powers and duties in an independent manner and in accordance with the standards established in the Code of Conduct. We are not to be swayed by others, either internal or external, in the functions on our day-to-day duties. We have to interpret and go with that interpretation. As much as sometimes we'd love to say, wow, that doesn't make sense. We have to go with it, unfortunately. Role of the inspector. So it's the role of an inspector assigned under the Act to exercise the powers and perform duties under the Act and the building code in connection with reviewing plans, inspecting construction, conducting maintenance inspections, and issuing orders in accordance with the Act and the building code. To exercise powers and perform duties in respect of only those matters for which he has the qualifications required by the Act and the building code. That flips back to the exams that I was mentioning previously, the 13 areas of qualification. To exercise powers and perform duties in an independent manner and in accordance with the standards established by the applicable Code of Conduct. So again, what that comes down to is that should an inspector have any concerns or issues, those concerns or issues are supposed to be dealt with by me, in this case as the chief building official. They cannot be influenced the same as I am not supposed to be influenced by outside sources. Okay? The Act also defines the role of various persons, and that would include homeowners, engineers, architects, qualified professionals, contractors, developers, etc. It's the role of every person who causes a building to be constructed to cause the building to be constructed in accordance with the Act and the building code and with any permit issued under the Act for the building, to ensure that the construction does not proceed unless a permit required on the Act has been issued by the chief building official, to ensure that construction is carried out only by persons with the qualifications and insurance, if any, required by the Act and the building code. So they cannot hire unqualified people to do something that requires a qualified trade. Okay. Establishment of fees. Fees charged by the building department are determined by the chief building official and approved by the municipality by way of a fee schedule forming part of the building bylaw. The Building Code Act permits the municipality to pass a building bylaw prescribing the classes of the permits, requiring payment of fees on application and issuance of permits, and prescribing the amounts thereof. It also provides, under certain circumstances, for a refund of those fees or a portion of the fees if somebody decides to withdraw their application. Depending on where it is in the process, they may get all their fee back or a portion of their fee back. Okay? The Act specifies in Section 7.2 that the total amount of the fees authorized under 1C must not exceed the anticipated reasonable cost of the municipality to administer and enforce the act in its area of jurisdiction. A full cost recovery model is preferred, and fees collected from January 1st through December 31st are meant to cover the full annual operating costs of the building department. In other words, we are not supposed to be on the tax base. We're supposed to be self-sufficient. Okay? So by way of that, we are allowed, under the Act, to create what's called a reserve fund. So in addition to covering the annual operating costs of the building department, the building code allows for the creation of a reserve fund. This fund is made up of fees that are collected over and above the annual operating costs of the building department. An amount has been factored into the fee schedule to allow for the creation and the maintenance of the reserve fund. So that's currently running at about 5% of the fees. The reserve fund, which can only be used for building department operating costs, that's also an important one. If whatever is in the reserve for the building department cannot be taken or borrowed from the building department and used for other municipal projects. Okay? It can be drawn on in years where permit issuance is down and operating costs outpace fees that are collected. While there's no limit specified in the Act or the building code for the reserve fund, the generally accepted normal amount for a healthy reserve fund is 2 times the annual operating costs of the building department. The goal, again, of the reserve fund is to ensure that the municipality does not have to use municipal property taxes to offset costs related to the building department during years where fees collected are less than the annual operating costs. We do have a current balance as of December 31st, 2021. We have a reserve of $600,510. And I can tell you that based on our fees collected for 2022, there will be a surplus that's to be determined still as part of the budget with Irina, but it will be probably in excess of $100,000 going into that reserve as well. Now in comparison, so you get a rough idea of where we are with the reserve. Our net recoverable budget for 2022 was just under $400,000. So we didn't have to go into the full $400,000 because part of what was included in there was an additional inspector, which I didn't have to utilize in 2022. So that brings that figure down substantially. But nonetheless, you can see that based on an operating recoverable budget of roughly 400 and change budget, you would want to have a healthy reserve of approximately $900,000 to $1 million sitting in the reserve. So we're getting there slowly. Okay. Future plans that we have, we're currently working on a comprehensive fee review. The building department is completing the fee review, which will be presented to council and the public in early 2023. It's hoped that I can bring that back to you in the February meeting, should time allow, and present that. There will also have to be consultation and public meetings affiliated with that fee review as well. The last review was completed in 2015-2016 and went into effect September 1st of 2016. There was one revision to the fee schedule as permitted by the building bylaw on September 1st, 2018, and that represented an across-the-board increase to the fees of approximately 2.5%. There have been no changes to the fee schedule since September 1st, 2018. So there is an allowance in the building bylaw that was put in with the fee review in 2016 that allowed annual increases equivalent to the consumer price index. So the CPI has been averaging roughly 5 to 6% per year. However, it hasn't been enforced since 2018. For various reasons, the fees just simply have not been increased since 2018, which is one of the reasons why we have to bring the fee review back to you. We need to catch up where we're supposed to be. Okay. Permit issuance. So due to economic factors beyond the control of both the building department or the municipality, we have seen a downturn in the number of permits issued for the second half of 2022. So percentage-wise, we are down probably 30 to 35% in permit numbers of permits issued in 2022. It should be noted here that the downturn is felt province-wide. This is one of the hardest hit sectors is the housing market that was hit in 2022. The overall demand in housing, industrial, commercial, and institutional sectors still exists, and this downturn can be viewed as a short-term correction. The need is still there for all the uses. We are anticipating a rebound in permit activity in 2023. So what's going to factor into that is once interest rates stabilize and the pullbacks that have happened in the price of housing and they bottom out and find their level, we anticipate that the housing market is going to rebound at that stage. People are in a wait mode right now to see what's going to happen with the interest rates and where the bottom is for the correction to the housing market. A house that was worth $700,000 a year ago, according to the real estate board, they're telling us that it's probably worth about $600,000 now. So people have been in a wait and see mode, but they're also saying that we've pretty much bottomed out in that market. So we do anticipate that the need is going to kick back in and people are going to pull the trigger and move forward on these things. Also in 2023, we have a continuation of plans. An online permitting portal, called Cloud Permit was established and went live in January of 2022. So that allows people to now go online and apply for their permits and submit all the documentation online. We will continue to work on upgrading that process. In addition, an online complaints portal went live in 2022. The portal will be integrated with our bylaw enforcement processes and will provide a full tracking system throughout the complaint process. There's going to be continued work on revisions to and creation of department policies and procedures. There's also going to be continued work throughout this year on revisions and updates of the existing bylaws. So there's going to be a lot of what Ron refers to as laundry work done on the bylaws. Okay? So bylaw enforcement currently, just so you know, is handled by two departments. We have fire, looks after areas such as animal control and parking enforcement and some other areas. The building department is currently looking after the zoning bylaw, and that's in conjunction with the building code requirements in Oxford County and all property standards bylaws. So in peak times, that occupies probably 10% of staff's time. So it's throughout the spring, summer, fall, especially in the summer months, about 10% of our time is spent with bylaw enforcement. The winter months, very little. We don't get a whole lot to deal with in the winter. So it averages out, and that cost gets allocated out of our budget requirements and our net recoverable cost, because we cannot include that in our building fee process. Okay? And that is it. Are there any questions or comments?
Thank you very much, Mr. Donnelly. That was a very thorough and informative presentation. We do have some questions. Councillor Van Kooten-Boston's first, please.
Thank you. I've been on council 16 years, and I learned a whole lot tonight. So, thank you. I'm just going to say that. It's amazing what you can learn when you go through these things. So, I have a couple of questions, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Mike, but I'm hoping you'll be able to help me out with some of them. 13 areas of qualifications. You said that you possess all of those. How about Jason? Does he possess?
Jason does as well.
He does as well. So we essentially have two of you that are able to deal with everything that's coming in essentially then, because you both have all that knowledge then.
Yeah, we can handle anything that's done
Right.
under the building code. We are qualified to inspect any type, size of structure, regardless what it is.
Perfect. If I may, okay, thank you. The online complaints that you were just talking about under cloud permit, it went live in 2022. I guess my question would be, is the complaints portal just for those that have applied for permits, or can anybody go into there and put in a complaint?
No, the complaints portal is for the bylaw functions,
Okay,
but we are tying it into the cloud base that we have for cloud permitting. They offered a module to us that we could incorporate complaints and have a tracking system go through, so that what we should be doing and what our goal is and what we're trying to strive for right now is that while we accept phone calls and we listen attentively to anyone who wants to bring up an issue towards us, we advise them that they need to put it in writing and go through the portal so that we can create a file. The purpose of creating a file is so that we have an effective way of tracking the results.
absolutely.
So that at any point, someone can come and say, I was complaining last year, nobody did anything, and we can immediately go through our system and say, I'm sorry, there's no complaint in here. Or, yes, you did, there's your complaint. It was registered in June of last year, and here's the results of that complaint. So it's just a way of staying on top of everything.
Okay, so are we able, and I don't know, do we put that out on our website at this point in time? Because I haven't seen it, but maybe it could be forwarded to councillors. I know I'm forever saying, please contact the building department. We have an amazing building department. So I would rather put them to the online if that's something that they could do. So maybe that link could be sent to all councillors if that's something that could happen. I haven't been on our website to fully check for it either, but I'm sure I'm not the only one. So I am going to make one comment as well instead of asking all these questions. I was actually talking with a builder in town just the other day, and they just wanted me to pass along that working with our building department has been amazing. They have great things to say about you and Jason, and really feel that you are doing everything that you can. If it's a no, you're at least coming back and saying, okay, have you thought of this? And it's not just a no. It is with some advice on what could be done instead. So I believe that we have the right people and the right jobs in your department, and I thank you for that, because I've lived through some not so great years, and I just want to say thank you to everyone in your building department. I think you're doing a great job, and honestly, thank you for a great presentation. I've learned a lot.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One thing to mention that you mentioned there, that we do give advice. We do, but there's always a proviso attached to the advice. One of the things that we are not permitted to do under the Act is to act in the role of a designer. So when somebody comes to us and says, this is what I want to do, gives us an application, when I review that application, if it isn't right, technically the only thing I'm supposed to say to them is, this isn't right. please revisit it and bring back something that meets the code. Okay? There's a number of reasons for that. The major one is indemnity, but we do explain it. We explain
Exactly, and that's
why
what I was just going to say.
correct.
You're explaining that code to them, because regular Joe out there, I don't understand the code. That's not my job, is to understand that code. That's your job, and it's nice when, maybe I said it wrong, it's not advice, but you explained what is wrong there so that they are able to understand it, so thank you for
We
doing
also
that.
explain to them why we can't act as a designer. And the difficulty is, for every situation out there, especially under the new code, with the alternative solutions that are permitted, there could be 10 solutions to meet compliance with the code. You can't get into a situation as a department where you say to somebody, well, yours is wrong, but do it this way. Because there's always a danger then that your way may not be the way that their designer wants to do it, or the way that you suggest to them. Somebody can come back in 6 months and say, you know, the way you told me to do that, do you realize I could have got it done for half that price? Because somebody just told me. So generally, you know, it's a matter of liability. If we get involved in that aspect and we start giving advice and saying, do it this way, this, we're assuming liability. So if we assume liability, we assume it not only on ourselves, but we're assuming it on behalf of the town at that point. So it's important that we don't overstep where we're supposed to be. Yeah. But I
Especially when the
appreciate your
role is to
comment.
try to limit liability on the town. Mr. Graves.
Thank you. And just further that, I think council is aware that for the last several months and a couple of years, we've been trying harder to improve our customer service focus, and I think what's happening in building department is reflecting that. And it's, you know, we're not trying to just outright say no and not give any backup information as to why. And sometimes it's just asking the question of what are you exactly trying to accomplish? We see this a lot of times in planning, where someone will come in and they will only tell us a couple bits and pieces, and they say, can I do this in this property? And you'll say, no, you can't do that on that property, but then you ask the question, what are you trying to accomplish? And then it may be, well, have you looked at this property, or have you looked at, you know, here's the zoning, or here's the zoning application amendment process. And so it's those kinds of things, and I think the team here is committed to improving our customer service. I think we're seeing that reflected in the building department and in a number of departments, and we're excited about that going forward, and it's great to hear good feedback, so we're appreciative.
Councillor Halleru.
And yes, I've also heard good things about your department. Thank you for that. So the question I have is, part of the secondary planning focus is that we want to maintain and honor the cultural, architectural integrity of our buildings and the history in Ingersoll. So as a building department, is there any proactive approach to analyzing old buildings to making sure that their integrity is there? Because I do see that you have the power to establish and operate policies that enforce building code integrity. So I just wanted to know if that's your mandate as well?
So the goal of the building code should be viewed more in the context of new construction than anything else. The reason for that is if you built a building 20 years ago, it went in under the code that was in place 20 years ago. So whatever the requirements, insulation, for example, was a prime example of that. 20 years ago, you could have gotten away with R20 in your ceiling, your attic space. Now you require R50 minimum in your attic space. So the rules and regulations change. So our role is to enforce the rules mostly on new construction. We don't have the authority to go into existing buildings and ask to have anything done to them. If it went under a different set of regulations at the time, until they come to us and say, we're going to make these changes, then we can ask for specific upgrades related to those changes. but I can't walk into a building and say, today's code says you have to do this, even though they legally did it correctly 15, 20 years earlier. As regards to the heritage portions of it, that is handled, or should be handled, more through a bylaw. So that's perhaps something that you might want to consider looking into more thoroughly.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm, through you, Mayor, that's kind of what I'm getting into, is to proactively look at our uninhabited building spaces. And sometimes when you think of the integrity of side businesses, and a whole block could actually be jeopardized because we see, and then we don't have anyone coming, say, in 6 years to rent it out or to use it. And then I wonder where our responsibilities lie and where the building inspector's job duties begin.
So again, part of that is that from the heritage feature standpoint, you can enact that into your bylaw that says this is going to be a heritage building, and as such, you have to adhere to these features of the building, right? As regards to the uses of the building, that's an entirely different discussion. That's a zoning discussion you're getting into then, and wanting to change the uses and that's really up to the owners of the building, what they want to use the building for. We don't have the authority to go in and say, we think you should change your building to this. We can't do that, unfortunately.
Mr. Graves?
Yeah, and just further to that, when properties start to deteriorate, there's sometimes where the building department can step in if it becomes a property standards issue or those kinds of issues. But it can be difficult at times when we see properties deteriorating for us to actually have the legal authority to go in and say you need to upgrade it. And that's why you sometimes see properties just continue to deteriorate. On the heritage side of things, we do have a heritage committee, and we were preparing to bring forward what we would do with that committee now. The new provincial legislation that just came out has totally changed, in my opinion, has completely gutted what the Heritage Act allowed us to do. And we're just evaluating right now, because we were hoping to send forward a report to council to say, here's a mandate of the Heritage Committee, and now we're trying to evaluate what that means for the Heritage Committee. It's unfortunate, but it looks to me like there's a lot more appeal process for the individuals, and they have a lot more power than they had previously, so designating properties for heritage is way more difficult if I'm reading it properly. So that may change what we can do, and that's an unfortunate side effect of recent legislation. It looks like the province is deeming that to say that that's inhibiting housing growth. And so that's why they're trying to change the powers that go with that. And the Heritage Committee, unfortunately, was only begun a couple of years ago and was stymied by our COVID response, and Councillor Hugh was instrumental in that. And we were just anxious to get going, and now we've hit a stumbling block. So you'll see a report coming forward on what the Heritage Committee can do shortly.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. First one, I know you're doing a fee review. Currently, how do we stand within other municipalities here in Oxford County, fee-wise?
So that's a loaded question. I got to tell you up front. That, without answering quickly, is similar to saying, I want you to do a direct comparison between an orange and an apple. I can tell you they're both rounded, but that's as far as it goes, okay? So comparing to neighboring municipalities is extremely difficult, because you have to factor in what their operating budget is, the number of staff, the types of permits that they're issuing versus the types of permits that we're issuing. You can look at what they charge and say, well, they charge for a single-family dwelling a base amount of $2,500, and we charge $3,500, but they could have incremental increases at different levels of construction value that we don't have. So it's very difficult to do a direct comparative with other municipalities. You can certainly get some ballparks and I'll bring those to you when I do the fee review. I will give you some of the surrounding municipalities, but I will also caution you at that time to not try to do a direct comparative between us and them. Okay.
If I could follow up on that as well, a good example is we tend to get a fair bit of industrial development. We've seen a lot of industrial development in the last few months, and we're seeing more coming up. So when you look at the dollar value of building permits, what we're bringing in, we're talking about reserve funds. We have a couple of these large-scale items. When we're comparing ourselves to municipalities like Tillsonburg, they may not have some of those. So that's a good example of where it's really hard to do the apples
It
to.
is.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And one more? And this is actually a question in regards to the complaint form through the system, through the cloud system. It's all tracked, obviously, you stated that. Now, is any of that going to be made public or given to council for review? Is that, I'm not asking that we do that, I'm just, what is the policy on the complaints?
So it's not open to the public other than to register a complaint, right? Because there is confidentiality involved. The only time full disclosure would come out on something would be if somebody came in and applied for a freedom of information on a file or something along those lines. And then it would be up to the clerk's department to review it and determine what can be released, what can't be released. And other than that, we do attempt to keep all complaints confidential and keep people's names out of it, but we also tell people up front when we're talking to them that if we ever have to go to court on an enforcement basis, one of the first questions that comes out of the judge's mouth is, Mr. Inspector, Mr. Bylaw Enforcement Officer, tell me how you got to that house or that business. How did you get there? What were you doing that caused you to investigate this? So you had to say, we received the complaint. And as soon as you say that, they want the name of the person who issued the complaint, and they can be called in to court. So once it goes to court, we cannot guarantee confidentiality. But that's the rules of the province, not our rules. We do our best, and 99.9% of the time we're effective in keeping the names of the complainant out of the discussions. If we're there on a follow-up with somebody, we have received a complaint.
Mr. Graves?
That's as far as we go with it.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that further, the monthly report that's done, and specifically I'm thinking of the fire building report, covers off very generic bylaw enforcement. We've only begun, this is something initiative the team has taken on in the last little while, the complaints portal, complaints and compliments that I think Danielle has forwarded to you. What data we could pull out of that going forward that might frame a future data in a monthly report that's generic enough, as Mike aptly points out, we don't want to be describing individual properties and those kinds of things, obviously, but there may be some more data that we could pull out in that monthly report. Council is, I think I've made council aware that one of the proposals in the budget is going to be an expanded bylaw enforcement department, and that would be one of the things we'd be probably asking of that department is more data that we could be sharing with the council. So I think as a team, we'd have to look at that portal and what kind of data could we be pulling out, some timeline information, numbers and types and those kinds of things. So stay tuned and we'll take a look at that with council's discretion. So.
And just one final question, well, maybe. What if the complaint's made against the town property?
Well, in that case, if it's against the town, it's fairly obvious that the complainant is going to be known to council and staff at that point, if the complaint is registered against the town. This is more confidentiality and trying to keep the complainant's name out of it. Is the goal is to avoid fighting between neighbors, that sort of thing. Right?
Makes sense, yeah, makes sense.
But if it's a complaint that's lodged against council or a member of staff and council or anything along those lines, yes, the expectation is that you would certainly know who to complain at this.
Yeah, no, I mean like more town-owned property.
So I guess that was my question. Is it town-owned property or is it my suit? Is that the problem or is that the?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah. No, town-owned property, I guess I would say, much like any process, we get complaints a fair bit. We would handle those internally, take a look at what it is. If it, depending on the property in the department, we would try to deal with it. Of course, we have the very great benefit of having an appeal mechanism, which is to a good body of individuals that oversees us and provides us some advice. So that's all of you. So if we were to not do something in a timely fashion, I would expect that it would be elevated to council and to respond. But you know, certainly if there's something wrong with one of our properties, we would like to be made aware of it. We think we've done a good job in the last few years of trying to improve our facilities, and we showed that a little bit in our asset management slide deck, and trying to maintain them in a proper way, as opposed to my suit. So,
Thank you very much for that. Obviously, we had a very good presentation. If you do have further questions, I'm sure feel free to take the opportunity to email staff those. If there aren't any further questions on the presentation, just an issue of time, we will move forward. With that, I'll ask Councillor Hudson for a resolution on the Building Department report, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Kooten-Bosson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the Building Department orientation presentation as information.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We will now move on to item 11, Fire and Emergency Services Orientation Presentation. Chief Holmes, please.
Thank you, Mayor Petrie. Just wait till the slide deck gets up there. All right. I just. Just click it forward, or?
I use the wheel. It's very sensitive.
Just roll it forward. Okay. Okay, well, thank you, and good evening, everybody. I've been asked tonight to give you a brief overview or a high-level overview of my areas of responsibility, which there primarily are four: fire protection services, emergency management, bylaw enforcement that Mike doesn't take care of, and facilities management of the fire station and the OPP station. One thing I actually forgot to add in there into some of the equipment was, if you see the picture here of the old 1927 fire truck, that actually was the first motorized pumper that the town of Ingersoll owned, and it's been in possession of the town of Ingersoll since 1927, which is actually kind of unusual for an older piece of equipment like that. Sometimes they disappear and come back, or someone donates them back to the town or whatever, but it's actually kind of technically been in service since 1927. So a little bit about who we are. So we're a composite fire department established in 1863. In the province of Ontario, there's three types of fire departments. There's a career department, which essentially everyone is paid for their services. There's a composite fire department like ours, and that's a mix of career and volunteer staff. And then there's fully volunteer departments in the province where no one is full-time. In Northern Ontario, they even are truly volunteers there for zero monetary gains. Our department is made up of 4 full-time members, myself, deputy chief, and 2 captains. And on the volunteer side, we have 4 volunteer captains and 18 firefighters. The reason that we separate them from captains or company officers and firefighters is pretty much like any other industry where we require supervisors. So the captains take on that role like they would in industry to satisfy the requirements of the Occupational Health and Safety Act and keep the Ministry of Labor happy. We work out of one fire station. The picture's in the top right there. It was built in 1992, so it's just over 30 years old now. That's the way it looks currently. I don't know if all of you have ever been for a tour of the fire station, but I would invite you to come down at any time. We'd love to have visitors. We have 6 apparatus in service, 2 pumpers, the aerial truck that was purchased in 2022, 2 smaller pickup trucks, and then the utility trailer, which houses our rescue gear. We service the town of Ingersoll and a section of the 401, which we took in with the boundary adjustment, and it's basically just between the 2 exits, a little bit east and a little bit west of those exits. So why we do what we do? The fire service, like every other industry, has a lot of rules. There's a lot of pieces of legislation that we have to abide by. And I've listed them here. First and foremost, the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, which is very hard to say. The FPPA is essentially the rules that govern what the municipality has to do and how they go about doing that when they establish a fire department and all that comes with that. Essentially, it's authority of the Ontario Fire Marshal that's delegated through the fire chief to the fire service, is pretty much the way that works. The Ontario Fire Code, which are the regulations under the fire protection of the FPPA, and that is what every homeowner is obligated to do. So those are the rules that they have to play by. The Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, every municipality has to participate in that act. We'll get into that a little bit later. Everyone's favorite, the Occupational Health and Safety Act, which governs every industry. And because firefighting is such a high-risk venture, we even have our special section, Section 21, and our own set of guidelines that we have to live by as well. NFPA it's a set of standards. On their own, they are not law, but they're referenced in so many other pieces of legislation that once they're referenced in something like the fire code or the building code or something like that, then they do become law in this province. A new regulation that came into effect July 1st, which affects us actually quite a bit, says that every firefighter in the province as of July 1st of last year has to be certified in whatever aspect of the fire service that they take on. So whether they're a suppression firefighter or a company officer or a chief officer or an inspector, whatever it is, they have to be certified. And essentially they have 3 years to achieve those certifications from the date of hire, or they can no longer be in the fire service. So that, in conjunction with the fact that the province decided to close the Ontario Fire College a couple of years ago, really puts a burden on every municipality in the province in training their firefighters, and now essentially it's on the taxpayers' back to foot the bill for that. It was subsidized quite heavily at the fire college. Now it's all been pushed out into regional training centers, and it's just the landscape that we have to deal with now. So the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs is constantly lobbying the provincial government to try and get them to take the funds that are no longer spent in the fire college and put them back into municipalities in the form of some type of training. But the first round of funding, they graciously gave every firefighter something like $50. So it really doesn't go anywhere near covering the cost of it. So stay tuned for that one. The establishing and regulating bylaw, that is where council comes into play in this whole situation. So in conjunction with your fire chief, you look at the risks and decide what services that the fire department is going to provide its residents, and then through that bylaw, it establishes those services. Then, of course, the Ministry of Labor, we always have to abide by their rules, and they enforce the Occupational Health and Safety Act, and then the Town of Ingersoll bylaws. So there's a few things that under the FPPA that a municipality must do. They must provide public fire education and fire prevention services of some description. So the way that we achieve that, so the FPPA just says that, basically, and then it's up to the municipality through consultation with the fire chief to decide what the program is going to be. So the way we deliver our, first of all, our public fire education through school programs, and that's primarily through Fire Prevention Week. That's our biggest outreach time. So we try and reach all of the schools. And this year, we actually were it was the first year that we were able to use our fire safety house that was built at the fire station, graciously supported by the Kiwanis Club. There were other community groups that also supported it, but they were definitely the biggest proponents behind it, and it was very well received. So that's a great tool in our toolbox now. The next one is basically covers anything. Like I said before, we love visitors at the fire station. Pretty much any time that we're invited out to participate in any other group's event, we'll set up a fire prevention booth and try and deliver any kind of public messaging that we can surrounding fire prevention. And we have the opportunity to provide some groups with fire extinguisher training, that type of thing, if they ask for it. Much like industry, the best way that we can reach them with education is, again, through fire extinguisher training. It comes at no cost to the industry from us. The only thing that they have to provide is they rent fire extinguishers for that training to use. So it's really zero cost to them, and it's actually a great program. It's used quite a bit. And in-home smoke and CO alarm installation education, pretty much if anybody asks if they need help, seniors or if they're disabled, we're more than willing to go out and help them install what they need to install. On the fire prevention side, we are obligated to deal with any complaint or request inspections. A complaint could be anything, landlord, tenant dispute or that type of thing, and requests typically comes in the form of a real estate transaction, and they're looking for a fire inspection to finish things off. We're also obligated since 2014 to deal with all vulnerable occupancies, which would be any healthcare facilities or group homes or those types of things. We have quite a few in the town. They require an annual inspection, and they have to do an evacuation fire drill that has to be witnessed every year as well. And we add to that with our routine inspection program, which we pretty much inspect every building outside of a single-family resident in this town on a 5-year rotational basis. And the way that works is really the higher the risk to the property, the more frequent the inspection. So although hospitals and nursing homes are kind of mandated anyways, they would be an example of a higher risk facility, or a multi-unit residential building like a hotel or something like that would probably be done on an annual or semi-annual basis, all the way down to say like a variety store on in the downtown core might be done on a 5-year basis. So the higher the risk, the more frequent the inspection. So we've been through that program one full cycle now. So theoretically, every building in this town that is not a single-family resident has had a fire inspection done on it, which is for a town of this size and this amount of staff that we have is actually quite a pretty big feat to have accomplished. There's not very many municipalities around that do it. And certainly when you get into something, a big center like the City of London, then you're on the other side of things where they have way more of those than they ever have staff. And again, they are nowhere near achieving anything like that.
That slide, Chief. Are any of those services something that you're able to have user fees for, or is it just a free cost service?
I guess the short answer would be no. The only reason is none of them are mandated, I guess. So I guess it would be tough to go and say, you know, impose a user fee on, say, a building in the downtown core to be inspected when there's nothing that says we have to go and inspect it.
No, I was just thinking about that. Obviously, you want to make sure vulnerable occupancies are taken care of, but if it was a complaint or request.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, we do actually charge for those, not complaint inspections, but request inspections. So typically in the form of a real estate transaction, we do absolutely, yeah, we charge
Okay,
for it.
perfect.
Sometimes they're as simple as a file search as well, just in past history, and we also charge for the compliance letter that we send them. So the third thing that a municipality must provide under the FPPA is the fire protection services. This is a list of the services that we provide to our residents, and that bylaw at the top is the ENR bylaw that I talked about before. So those are the services that council has agreed that we as a fire service will provide. So you can imagine now that every firefighter has to be certified and trained and certified. They were always trained, but they actually have to be certified, which means that they have to, through the fire college, they have to do a practical test and a written test on every one of these services that they've already been trained on. So it's a little bit of a beast that we have to tackle here in the next few years. So the FPPA also allows for the municipalities to do certain things that would enhance their services. So a couple of those things that we are involved in, so they can enter into automatic aid agreements, which we have two of them, one on the north side and one on the south side, that I've listed there. So you can either provide services or receive services for monetary value, right? So for compensation. The FPPA also allows municipalities to enter into mutual aid agreement, which is a little bit different. So an automatic aid agreement means that you have an established set of parameters for a particular service, and you pay for that or you get paid for it. A mutual aid agreement is essentially when your resources are tapped and you need help, and it's a reciprocal agreement. There's no fee for it, and that's basically just neighbor helping neighbor. Mutual aid agreements are generally within a region or a county of some description, or if you have sort of outliers, so if you had, say, take Oxford County, and if you had one municipality, one department way up in the north side, say, you might have a mutual aid agreement with a neighboring county or that neighboring municipality that was very close to you, because it would make no sense for, you know, Tilsonburg to run all the way up to East or Tavistock in order to provide services. It's just too far away. But having said that, all of Oxford County, we are participants in our Oxford County Mutual Aid Program, and it's a reciprocal agreement. The Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, so there's a few things that every municipality has to participate in and do. They have to have an emergency management program, they have to appoint a CEMC, that's me. CEMC's role is to basically administer the plan and make sure that it's compliant with the provincial rules. We have to address public education in some form. We have to have annual training on certain things that the chief of emergency management for the province puts out, dictates, and then we have to exercise our plan in some description every year, which is typically like a tabletop exercise. We have to identify all the risks to public safety within the town, which we have, and then overall review the program to make sure that there's no holes in it that typically out of the exercise and the training, certain little things will be identified, and then we'll tweak our program to make sure that we close those gaps. And if we ever really need it, then hopefully they won't come back to bite us. Bylaw enforcement, Mike touched on it quite a bit. These are the bylaws that the fire department typically takes care of. I was going to talk about the town website and the complaint form. Mike explained it very well. The only thing that I would add to that is the reason that we sort of do this, we've developed this complaint form. We're encouraging everyone to use it and really encourage council, if you receive complaints, to direct the residents to that complaint form, essentially to keep yourselves out of the middle of it, so that when the question is asked by the JP, how did you end up at 123 Main Street for this this giant complaint, it doesn't come down that Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens was the one that forwarded the complaint and has really no knowledge of anything, and then there's some hard questions to answer, and you probably will end up getting dragged into court. So we'll try and keep you out of that if you just direct everyone to the complaint form, and we'll take it from there.
Expand on that. I think that's exactly a good point. And the courts have been very strict in how they interpret when we do bylaw enforcement. So it's very difficult for us we have to make sure that we sort of follow a timeline that gives the individual a lot of time to comply with the bylaw. So that complaint portal helps with that as well, because then we can show, okay, we got a complaint, and it starts to help us to track, here's what we did next, and here's how we went to the resident and told them that, that we had a problem. We told them they had to comply. We gave them time to comply, and then we followed up with them, and that there's a lot of case law around how that gets interpreted and how they propose that the municipality acted reasonably in allowing that. So the complaint portal helps a lot with that, but the chief is exactly right. Try to refer people to that, because it's the first step in making sure that we're in compliance, so that we end up in front of the courts or justice of the peace, that we could say this was defendable.
And it helps us with our records management too. It's pretty hard to track a phone call. Not so hard to track an email, but then we've got to collect all those emails and make some sort of sense of them. But yeah, so if you can help us out, you're a very, very big portion of that whole program. We have contract parking enforcement in the downtown core. Although it's a contract employee, they have their own company, they work for their own employer. I do oversee that program, that part of the program. I guess there's not really a whole lot to add to that. You're all familiar with our parking enforcement officer, I'm sure. And then the last area of responsibility is facilities management of the fire station and the OPP station. And I have one full-time maintenance person that takes care of the duties, the custodial duties and general maintenance of both buildings. Certainly if we need something bigger, if we need one of the trades guys to come in, then he takes on that responsibility of sort of booking them in and overseeing them when they're in the buildings. And certainly if they have to go into the OPP station, then he would be there to oversee them, because they can't just wander in there and do their own thing unattended. A few of the challenges for 2023 and beyond. Training, like I had mentioned before, is going to be a fairly large challenge to us. Although we're in really good shape, I think we have about, other than our very newest recruits, everybody is certified in the area currently that the roles that they take on. But the nature of a volunteer, primarily a volunteer service, is it's very fluid, and we lose people all the time. In fact, in the last month, I think we've lost 3 firefighters to either retirement or just change in life, and so we start again with 3 new recruits. So it's almost impossible to ever achieve 100% certification, but they do have 3 years from date of hire to achieve their certification if they don't come to us already certified. So it's manageable, but it's a pretty big undertaking. Fleet management.
I was glad the chief clarified that we lose them to retirement or to other municipalities, and we don't lose them in any other way, so we don't.
No. Yeah, we do. We don't physically lose them, and yeah, no, they just change in life. They move along. They move to other parts of the province, and I mean, it could be as simple as a great opportunity for a house comes up 10 kilometers outside of the town, and we have a 2-kilometer limit rule in order to keep our response times at a very, as small as possible. So we can't have somebody living in Woodstock and trying to respond to fire calls in Ingersoll, right? So again, that's just the nature of a volunteer service. Fleet management, keeping our equipment costs low. Like every other industry, the prices of fire equipment is absolutely through the roof. So you get a quote one day, and then when you receive the goods, they're more expensive than what you got a quote on. It's pretty crazy, just like everything else. So
How often do you change out your turnouts, your gear and stuff like that?
we purchase 4 sets every year. The Ministry of Labor it's not a hard, fast rule, but it's one that it kind of falls under that you have to do everything to protect your workers kind of a clause. And they say that they have to be changed within a 10-year period. So we actually achieve better than that by changing 4 sets, because there's only 26 of us. We change 4 sets every year. So we're turning our gear over about every 7 to 8 years to keep them very current. That's another area, like every other industry, that equipment is very short in supply for whatever reason. I have turnout gear that's been on order since last January, and I still haven't got it yet. So it's getting very difficult. And then keeping up with the community needs. So as Ingersoll continues to grow, we will strive to keep up with the ever increasing demands and the changing landscape, and provide the services that are needed. I did have a video here that I don't think is going to work because it's not inside a PowerPoint presentation, but if it's actually kind of interesting. And if you want to see your fire department in action, if you do a quick YouTube search and just look for Ingersoll firefighters training, that type of thing, it'll pop up. A friend of the department, he spent quite a few training sessions with us, and he took a lot of drone footage, and then he put together this fantastic video. And it really highlights the hard work that your firefighters put in training and the skills that they possess. And there's a lot of good mock-up events. The one that's kind of in the picture there is that's the road in front of the fire station, and we had a full-out multi-vehicle accident with car fires and absolute carnage, and it was supposed to mock up the 401, so it looks pretty interesting from a drone perspective. So yeah, anyways, it's weird what firefighters get excited about, right? But if you're interested in seeing what your what your fire department is capable of, that's a pretty good video to have a look at. And that's the extent of my presentation, but if you have any questions, I'd certainly love to answer them.
Thank you very much, Chief Holmes. I know that we're all very proud of our fire department as much as you are. We have a lot to be proud of. The volunteer aspect allows people to serve, but it also makes it much more affordable way of being able to provide fire service for the town. You keep the apparatuses in great shape. They always look good, the fire station looks good, and your gentlemen are always out, ladies and gentlemen are always out at every event they're asked to, participating, and so they are a source of pride for the community. They provide excellent service. So thank you for that, and thank you to the firefighters and their service that they do. If anybody hasn't seen the new aerial truck, it is a thing of wonder. Again, a very expensive piece of equipment, but it is well worth it, and it's going to service our community well. The other apparatus was sold, correct? Has it left to its new home yet?
It has left our new home, yes. It's not very far away, it's just down in Scotland, but yes, it is gone now, so.
Sounds far away.
Not that Scotland.
Excellent. Councillor Van Kooten-Boston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions as well. Again, great presentation. Learned a few things, and you were answering questions as I was writing. You were like, oh, 2 kilometer limit. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I don't need to ask that one anymore. So, but we are recruiting. So that's what I heard, and we need to get the word out to our community for those people that have maybe always wanted to aspire to be a firefighter. Then they can take and apply to the town. I'm assuming you will send us that link when you are ready to receive recruiting applications?
Yep, absolutely. So we always post it on our Facebook page, the town Facebook page, which actually is the best way to get word around that we found. And it's also posted on the Town of Ingersoll website in the jobs section or employment section. So
if I can ask, they would need to live and work within Ingersoll town limits, right? Or within a 2 kilometer?
Live for sure.
Okay.
Within the town. They don't necessarily have to work in town. And it sometimes comes down to the best fit of what we're looking for at the time. So
Okay.
if we actually just hired a fellow that works at Toyota in Woodstock, but he's a shift worker. So it actually helps us during the daytime hours when he's on afternoons. So, if we get a lot of, with the bulk of our department, as they age, they sort of typically transition into those daytime hours that everybody wants. They get tired of work in the afternoons, so then we need a whole bunch of young fellas that maybe work shift work, and then they work afternoons, and then they can respond during the day. So
Okay.
yeah, it depends on the fit, but they don't, so live in town for sure. That's really the biggest and the only real requirement there, so.
Okay. If I may? And I'm putting you on the spot, I think, with this one, but right now we have a grand new aerial truck that the mayor was talking about. How high can it go? I know that has always been a part of our building aspect, that we don't want to see, a 20-story building go up in our community, because I don't think that our aerial truck can afford that, can reach those 20 stories. So I guess my question would be, how many stories can we reach at this point in time?
So it's 104 feet, and every building story, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, is roughly 3 meters-ish. So, well, now I'm going feet to meters, so that's like, well, we'll say 10 feet, so we'll say 14 stories. It's probably not quite that high, but when you take into account, the spaces in between the stories and that, so we'll say comfortably 10 stories, 10 to 12 stories. But keep in mind that there's always buildings that an aerial truck can't reach. If you get a 50-story building, there is no such thing as a 50-story aerial truck. Although the city of Toronto just bought one that's I think 200 feet high or something like that. But there's other ways to achieve. So that's when you put standpipe systems, and of course, probably sprinklered the building. That's why you separate your stairwells and separate your elevators and those types of things. So the aerial truck shouldn't ever really dictate what your policy is on building height in the town, because the chances are you're not going to be able to reach the top of it anyways. Depending on where it is, if it's too far, if you have to park the truck too far away from a building, you're going to lose a lot of that height reach anyways. So.
Mr. Graves?
Yeah, and just further that, the chief nailed that, it's not the fire department that's holding up your size of your buildings. I believe there is a restriction in the zoning bylaw, and the county has had those across a number of zoning bylaws, and changing them across multiple jurisdictions. So that is one of the things that was referenced earlier about some of the laundry that needs to be taken care of in the zoning bylaws. So you'll be seeing something coming on that shortly, so.
Councillor Halleru.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On a lighter note, I just wanted to know how important is receiving a ticket for parking on the white line is to a lot of people. I've heard a lot of complaints, especially from the downtown businesses, you know, saying customers have been driven away because they got a ticket for parking on the white line. I just want to know how important it is safety-wise to actually have that approach instead of just the regular safety approach to parking tickets.
So it's very difficult for our parking enforcement officer to subjectively enforce parking tickets. It's pretty tough to ask him to say, this person's okay, they're parked outside of the parameters of the bylaw, but this person's not okay, and this person's okay, and this person's not okay. So he takes a very black and white approach to it. That's what he was asked to do. This goes back many years with conversation with council, with what the BIA at the time asked for very strict enforcement. So this is what we have at the moment. We've gone both ways with it. We went, a few years ago, we went with a very educational-based approach, not writing very many tickets, and we got nothing but complaints on the other side of things, that people were parked wherever the heck they wanted, why is there no enforcement, we have bylaws for a reason, but they're not being enforced, you know, those types of things. So then the pendulum swung back the other way. I would suggest that if the wish of council was that that bylaw not be enforced, that it either be changed in some way and those parking outside of the designated parking stall was removed, or it was allowed, or something else. Because I don't know how that we could have any employee have that much say in who gets a ticket and who doesn't, because then we would get nothing but complaints about that. So so like I said, he takes a very black and white approach to it. If you're parked on a line or outside of the space, then you get a ticket. So, and the reason for that, I can only assume, because it's a council bylaw, but I can only assume that if you have one person you have a row of parking spaces and one person parks halfway in between two, then the next person is going to park halfway in between two, and the next person, the next person, the next person, and then all of those parking spaces that everybody desperately needs and we have a very big shortage of, you've wiped out 2 or 3 of them because nobody's parked in where they're supposed to be.
Those people definitely leave a ticket if you're using 2 spaces.
But 2 spaces, or even if you have like a large vehicle and you're parked with your tires on the line of parking space, by the time you take into account, you know, room to open your door and the mirrors and everything else, you've essentially wiped out 2 spaces with 1 vehicle.
All right,
So-
I hope everybody heard that in the community.
Oh, absolutely.
No, and I would concur that as a person who's received a ticket, because I live in the downtown core, I will say that he is very fair. And if it's parking enforcement, there's shows about it on TV, because nobody likes, it always causes drama because no one likes to get a parking ticket. But our parking enforcer is fair. And if I can guarantee you that if you get a ticket, you probably have done something wrong, and you should probably learn from that for the next time. Because we all hate going into parking lots or being downtown when you see that one person who doesn't care. It is an annoyance, and so I think it's you make a good point, Chief. We could go the other way, and we could have chaos.
It is fairly chaotic, even the pictures that I see of, because our parking enforcement officer takes pictures of every single ticket. So if you think that it's going to be your word against his, you're sadly mistaken, because he takes pictures of every single ticket that he writes, and that they all go to court. If you want to challenge it in court, then you will have to explain away the picture of you parked on the sidewalk, and I'm not even exaggerating when I say that. So
Thank you. I'll have a side conversation with you. I don't park on the main street anymore because my truck doesn't fit. And so I choose to park in the parking lot. By the time you put a trailer hitch on a truck and that kind of thing, you are over the white lines, plain and simple. And all you need is the person in front of you to be really close to that white line, and you go, okay, now I don't have enough room to park or pull out or anything. So bigger vehicles, I just honestly suggest going to the parking lot and parking there instead. It saves getting a ticket, because I've too have had many tickets. Yeah, it's a donation. So I'm going to move away from the downtown and the parking issue, but I'm going to go, we've now acquired all this land on the south side of the 401 and to the east and to the west. And how is, and I don't know if you can actually tell us this, but because I don't know that we've had anything happen, but how is this going to impact our response times? Because I think people out in our community might want to know, if they are living out in, away from the north end where you are more closer to, how is that going, if they're out on the south end, what is response times like to get out there? Have you done any training to figure out how your response times are for that?
Yeah, so it doesn't change a lot because it's really only one concession south of the 401. And our typical, because we staff our station 24/7, our first truck is out the door within the NFPA standard is 90 seconds, and we achieve that most of the time. The way that the rest of the department responds, we all carry our gear with us, and then we respond right to the event, emergency. So because you've got people living in all areas of the town, south or north, the response times are fairly much the same for those first crews to get there. Now, certainly the truck getting from the station currently to, south of the 401 is going to take a few minutes. We haven't had any responses out onto the new areas as of yet, but I can say to Cammie, we're probably about 5 minutes. From the time that we get the alarm to the time that we arrive on scene is about 5 minutes. So we're only going to be another 20 seconds, 30 seconds past that to the first concession. So within about 5 minutes. I can say most likely that is about roughly 15 minutes-ish faster than the fire department that they were previously serviced by. Simply because they don't man their station. So you can imagine that the alarm comes in, the volunteer firefighters have to respond to the station, get into their gear, get onto the truck, and then leave. So they might be actually going the exact opposite direction. So if the event is here and the station's here and they live here, they may be driving away from the emergency and then driving back to it on their truck. So the service that the new residents of Ingersoll will get is quite a bit more timely than what they were used to.
Councilor Hughes.
I promise I only have one question, but it's a biggie. Financially, how much has the boundary adjustment impacted your department, especially with the calls into the 401?
I would say financially, really, there's zero impact because of the way that our firefighters get paid. They don't get paid by the hour. They get the exact same honorarium every month. So whether they're working or not, they get paid for it. So it doesn't add an increase in volume of emergencies doesn't increase the payroll, as it were. And then any response to the 401 itself, we can bill back the MTO for that. So it is actually a bit of a cost recovery in, say, like the diesel fuel or anything that we might use, any equipment like Absorball or anything like that, which is going to be minimal anyways.
Excellent discussion. Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
A bit of a more somber question, I guess. It's my understanding that fatal house fires have gone up significantly in the last year. I read last week a statement from, forgive me, I forget the title, but the Chief Fire of Ontario.
It would have been Fire Marshal, Ontario Fire.
Yes, there you go. That a lot of them had to do with fire alarms not working in the home. And yet I know it's not for lack of trying on our fire department's behalf to educate the community. So is there anything we can do to support you to make sure that folks are doing those checks?
Talk to people.
Yeah.
Really is the biggest thing. Yeah, just make sure that they, you know, that it's, for years, the fire department has been preaching, change your clocks, change your batteries, test your smoke alarms. At least twice a year you get it tested, yeah. That's the best thing you can do, just keep maintaining them. We do have, sometimes we get grant money. There are some programs out there, you have to apply for them, and it's like a lottery if you win them. They're typically come in the donation of smoke alarms and CO alarms. Last year, we were lucky to receive that, and we picked a neighborhood. Because of the equipment that was donated, they're typically battery-operated combination smoke and CO alarms. So we targeted older homes, older neighborhoods, because those are probably going to be the ones that don't have hardwired alarms. You're not supposed to downgrade your alarm by going from a hardwired alarm to a battery alarm. It's technically a downgrade. So we were kind of selective on the houses that we did the outreach program to, but it was basically just the guys went door knocking and said, hey, this is who we are. Can we test? First of all, can we come in and test your smoke alarms? There was absolutely, my mandate was nobody gets a ticket. If they found some that were not operable, that was not the intent of the program. If they found them that they were inoperable, they were offered new ones free of charge. So, and I think we put 200 or 300 alarms into the community in a couple of nights, so.
Sorry, is that something that we could provide from a municipality standpoint as a service and fire prevention aspect?
Like the alarms?
If we had a budget item of so many alarms per year, it's a great thing to have people have working fire alarms too. It's a great thing for you guys to be out there and getting the FaceTime with the residents to make sure they're aware of that.
Yep, and I put fire prevention money in the budget every year, and we do carry a supply of smoke and CO alarms. So we have a program that kind of runs all the time anyways, and anytime that we're called to a residential alarm, if we find that the alarms are either outdated or not working, and as long as it's not a rental unit, because I don't think that it's really appropriate to be giving away smoke and CO alarms to a landlord who is making money off their tenants. It's a business, so we don't do that. So, but if it's a single family home, if they don't have working alarms, we'll provide loaners to them for a 24-hour period until they get their own alarms. And if we realize that there's a financial need there, then we have a stock that we just supply them. So we're constantly putting alarms into the community. We just don't do them in such big numbers because it's pretty expensive to buy that many alarms. So,
Excellent. Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens.
I apologize, I've had a lot of questions tonight. You talked about being a part of and being the head of the CEMC, and it's been a while since we've done training, and I'm just wondering, we have a fair number of new counselors, and I'm just wondering if we're planning on doing some emergency training this year. I just think that it would be good for counselors to understand what their roles are. It's not our role as counselors is not the same as what the mayor would be. It's not what your role is, chief, and I think that it would be great for us to go through some training, and I know that I've got the mayor itching to come in on this, and so I'll let you answer that.
Yeah, so my understanding under the role, it is the mayor and the deputy mayor that are responsible, and we have scheduled we're scheduling training right now with the fire chief over that. I'm sure they can provide an overview to council as well of that training as well. So this wouldn't be a problem.
Right. So I remember when I first came on, we actually did an actual day of training in regards to what the CMC was all about and what everybody's roles were. And knowing, I mean, as a counselor role, you want to be in the know, but it's not our role. It is left up to the mayor and the deputy mayor. And I just think that a day of different scenarios and that kind of thing for our new counselors to learn about, and even for us older ones to be yeah, not a problem. You're older than me, so I can go that way. It's all good. Yeah, I just think that it would be beneficial in that respect if we can do something like that.
My suggestion on that would be, I think it's key for the mayor and deputy mayor to get trained as soon as possible, and so she's already been working on those dates. But we do an annual exercise every year, and I think maybe it's something where we could invite the rest of council to be involved with ours so that we do later on this year. So that might be, and might just be more of a witness, or we can talk about that a little further, what that'll look like, but that would be how I would suggest we handle that.
I'm going to suggest the same thing. I'll put out the invite to anyone that wants to attend for our annual training session and our tabletop exercise, if you want to kind of see it. Every year, it won't be an exercise of the entire emergency plan. We take a little section of it each year and sort of exercise that little piece of it. But part of that training is actually the roles and responsibilities of everyone that's involved. So if you're more than welcome to sit in on that, and when we schedule that, it's typically in the fall. But I can certainly put out the invitation to all of council so that you can come and see how it all operates, or our version of it, the way we see it anyways.
So my last question, you talked about the funding no longer there, that they've pulled the training facility, and you're going to bat and you're trying to do what you can through the Fire Chiefs Association. Is there something that, I know that we have a number of council members going to, not Roma, obviously, probably, maybe not the place, but maybe AMO. Can we be lobbying at all? I mean, it's a huge cost. It's something that they should have never pulled, as far as I'm concerned. Fire safety training, to me, is probably just as important as OPP training. And when you pull that training facility and say, oh, it's not needed anymore, that's a huge cost to put on any municipality, whether they have volunteer or a combination like we do. And so you're right. I mean, just giving the money back to each firefighter, $50, to me, it's a waste. And if we can lobby somehow, I think that we should be putting our heads together and trying to figure out how we can lobby the government a little bit more as well.
It seems fairly disappointing that the only emergency services in the province that is not funded by the province is fire service. It's totally funded by the municipality. EMS is funded by the province. Our policing, which the OPP is the majority of the policing in the province, is directly funded by them. And then there's the fire service. So I don't know what the answer is, but certainly any voice that comes in opposition of pulling that funding would hopefully fall on the right ears. But that's sort of outside my area of expertise, lobbying at that level of government, but.
And it's something, there was a lot of lobbying when this first happened and a lot of push, but it seems like the province is unwilling to move on this. And this is we've been doing this for my entire career. And, we had our slide deck, we were talking about asset management and the funding that we got, and you could see that slope of that slide. And, this is another way they secretly download to the municipalities and have been doing it for years. And this is another one of those where they're like, here, now you're responsible for this. And then complain that sort of property taxes are too high. Well, what else can we do? We can continue, and we'll definitely, when we're at Roma, talk to other municipalities, see if anybody else has any great solutions or suggestions, but it doesn't look like the province is going to move on this one anytime soon.
Excellent. Well, again, great discussion. That's what these sessions are for, as to learn about the different roles and responsibility within the municipality. And I appreciate all the questions and the comments, because that's what we're here for. If there's no further questions or comments, I will call on Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens for the resolution. And I thank Chief Holmes for his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens, and seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the Fire and Emergency Services Orientation Presentation as information.
Thank you. Discussion on the resolution. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. All right, I will again, is anybody interested in a small break, or do we want to keep going? I'm not seeing anything for break, so let's keep going. If you want one, you have to be vocal next time. We are going to go down to correspondence and resolution. Oxford, a growth plan review. That is Deputy Mayor Wilson, please. Can I have a resolution, or sorry, do we have a report on that? Or do we just want to? No, we'll take the resolution and then we'll have discussion on it. Thank you.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bowman, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the Oxford County Growth Plan Review as information.
Discussion. So this report, I can tell you from County Council, came, it's a response to Bill 23 and the implications of that, Bill 39. So it is, I would recommend a thorough read for it. That's changing all the time because we still don't have the regulations out to dictate what everything's going to happen. So there's still a lot of unknowns with this legislation, but this was at least a high-level review that was asked for to see what the immediate impacts were. And those have already had budget implementations, so we will see what those bring Wednesday at the budget meeting. But at least they're predicting between 1.5 million, at least 3 new full-time equivalents. So there is a real impact, and it will trickle down to lower tiers as well. So any further discussion on that? All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And we'll go down to the next one, which is Dave McKenzie retirement. Councillor Bowman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Bowman, seconded by Councillor Hughes, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the correspondence from the office of Dave McKenzie, MP of Oxford, regarding his retirement as information. And might I add that we should send him a letter of congratulations and wish him all the best in his retirement.
I couldn't agree more. We certainly do wish Mr. McKenzie, after his many years of service, a good retirement for his service to our riding. Is staff comfortable with the direction of that? Perfect. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And then we'll go to Oxford County Upper Thames River Conservation Authority appointments. Councillor Hughes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Hallerou, that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll receive the correspondence from Oxford County regarding their appointed representatives to the Upper Thames River Conservation Authority for the 2023-2026 term as information.
Discussion. Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens.
I wish you all the best onto this committee. I know that you're still, there's a lot of new faces on this with you, and I wish you all the best in trying to lead the fearless group. How's that sound?
I have nothing but faith in all the new members. They're coming to a great organization, which will receive, again, lots of orientation. There are 5 members returning from different municipalities, a lot here within Oxford. So Oxford will still be very well represented on the board. The reason for the change is because the change of the Conservation Act and who can be representative. You have to have elected officials for 70% of the role per municipality. So London will have the ability to have a citizen appointee, which they are, and they have 3 councillors. So yeah, so looking forward to it. Sadly, we lost a lot of very good members who were very dedicated to the role. They were citizens. You do not get a lot of money for serving on this committee. It is a work of passion, and these people were certainly passionate about what they did, and they made up a very good contingency of the board. Unfortunately, our chair, Alan Dale, who was a representative from Norwich, was not successful in the election, and he was not successful at regaining appointment. Norwich and Oxford, Southwest Oxford share a representative, and they have an agreement where they go back and forth. So it was Southwest Oxford. I'm looking forward to working with George Way. He was on the board before when I first got on there. So good to have experience come back, and I'm looking forward to the challenges there. And there are many, so thank you for that. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to do something, I know it's bylaws next, but we do have notice of motion, so which we need to have within the confirmatory bylaw, so we will deal with those next first. First one is number 18, notice motion diversity and newcomer committee. Councillor Halleru, please.
I'm sorry, could you hear me?
Oh, you may not, she's sorry again.
All right. So moved by myself, Councillor Halleru, needing a seconder for this, that the town of Ingersoll create a diversity and newcomer committee to allow for consultation on who we are and how we put together events, shows, and publications that unite us as a community, and understanding our life, work, and play in Ingersoll. What this means to me is simply a way that we reflect the diversity of the town in the events that we showcase every year, things that, like shows that we put together, and in understanding the life-work balance and that our community will have. We would like a publication that kind of helps to reach every household, which is important. For both old and new customer residents, we need to know what's happening in town, and most people have to go seeking for this. I understand there used to be publications, and I think we should revisit that in a way that we have the committee, come with solutions to us that we could consider. This diversity and newcomer committee will help bring new voices to the table, and we might be able to reflect better our future as a community.
Motion's on the floor. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hughes?
Yes, for the point of discussion of the topic, I'll second this motion.
Thank you.
Discussion. Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, so looking at this, it makes good sense. A lot of new residents that are coming to Ingersoll are more diverse than what we've had in the past number of years. And we need to reflect that diversity in how we bring forward different functions within the town and how we communicate with the rest of the town. In regards to the communication aspect, definitely, I know we have talked about over the past few years, how does council communicate to the residents? We need to definitely take a more serious look at this and come up with something, whether it be digital, whether it be print, whether we should be coordinating or collaborating with somebody in the private sector to make this move forward so that we can get this information out, our information, council, town information out to the different residents within our community so they know what's going on, who to contact when they have a question and that type of thing.
Well, I certainly support the intention of the motion. I think council and staff are looking at a communication policy at this time. And so I think that we go through our strategic plan process and we go through a communications process. This may be able to be identified in there, and if that's one of the outcomes that comes out is a recommendation that a committee be formed, I'd be supportive of that. Unfortunately, without that information, that whole picture in front of me, I definitely support being more inclusive and diverse and making sure people have the message, but I think that process has started, but it may not be fully finished enough to be able to support necessarily a full committee at this time. And Councillor Halleru.
So the idea of the committee that I'm looking for, the idea of the publication, I understand that we have some agreement on, but when it comes to the content, we have the opportunity to reflect the diverse needs of our community and have input for that publication that could truly help us advertise ourselves to other people coming to our community. It may not necessarily be something regular. It might just be able to capture all the diverse events that we could actually have scheduled that go into that publication. So the publication in itself is one aspect, but the committee helps to bring the new, in the last 6, 7 years, new people to the table to kind of give us some recommendation on what's trending and what we need to have in there. So I think it is of immense benefit to the community to have this committee.
Councillor Bowman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree with what you said, Mr. Mayor. I think we've already discussed the lines of communication. I think we've already sort of talked about maybe a newsletter going out, both in electronic format as well as hard copy in the future. And I too would want to see a better picture painted and put it into a strategic plan to see what the public thinks of this and get more feedback before we move and put together a formal committee. I think we've got a lot of committees as it is. And as we all know, it's hard to get people to sit on the committees at the best of times. We're just creating another one that may not be able to be filled to its capacity.
Yeah, and again, I'm very supportive of diversity and making sure those opinions are, and that's what I really want to do is explore different options. Is the committee the best way, or is it different types of consultation? Is it different types of, is there a way out there? Again, if we do have a committee, there will be budget implications. There's budget implications to a newsletter. And unfortunately, if we make a committee right today to have this input for a communication we haven't decided we're going to have yet through the budget process, it makes it harder to move forward with that through budget discussions. Michael, you had your hand up.
Yeah, and I just wanted to advise council will recall the presentation we did on the strategic plan. The strategic plan does say one of the goals was to launch a town email newsletter for residents. It could be a hard copy email, and council will recall there were a number of policies, some of which we're ready to bring forward to council shortly in the next few months. That particular newsletter, we weren't going to plan to bring a report to council probably till the fall of this year. In that report that we bring forward to say, here's what we're looking at and here's what the options are for that, we could conclude a part saying in there, here's how we intend to make sure that the newsletter is hitting the diversity sufficiently, and give some options to council of what you can do to, including a committee could be one of the options that council could look at when that report comes forward. That's just an option for council.
Councillor Halliru.
It's concerning to me that we're not even considering looking at a publication till the fall, because we have the opportunity, council has the power to decide the length of this committee. It doesn't have to be a long-standing committee. It could be a seasonal committee. It could be something we schedule to sit by the summer and give us some ideas. I think it's going to be really detrimental to the spirit of newcomers that really want to give their input into the community to say that we don't need a diversity or newcomer committee. I personally tried to showcase the need for this when I did my own private diversity fair, and I can imagine even Councilor Van Kutten-Barsens here was able to attend and saw the need and the vibrancy that brought to the community, and I did not expect that it wouldn't be a showcase of serious need that we would actually consider. So I think we might be able to limit how much we spend or how much time it takes, but I think even if it's on a yearly basis, we open up for consultation, it's well worth it, because 10% growth for a town like Ingersoll, there's people who deserve some input.
Well, I think it's fair to say that all residents are welcome to have their input. We're definitely not being exclusive on anybody who wants to have input into the community where they live. I would just say that the timing of this, I don't think we're farther enough ahead within our plans with communication for me to support this at this time. I definitely want to hear the input from all residents at all times and make everybody feel welcome. I just don't think the committee at this time or the idea is fully enough formed to accomplish what's being asked. Because to tell you the truth, I don't have a clear image in my mind exactly what it would consist of. the staff implications, the budget implications, and that's really what I would need to move forward with something like this. Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens.
So I'm sitting here trying to get my words together for you. And I'm hearing, you're right, I was at that diversity show. But also sit and listening to everything, and here would be my thoughts, is that I think that we should defer this till budget. I know budget is coming within this next month, but I really think that I'm with the mayor in wanting to see what this committee would look like. We always have terms of references for each one of our committees of council. And I think that needs to be looked at. I unfortunately don't see that a publication could come out before at least spring, because I do think that we need to have terms of references put down, and that's going to take some staff time as well. It's not that I don't want to support a diversity or newcomer committee either. That's not what I'm saying. I think that more thought and more process needs to go into this before we can bring this forward. Having a committee meet and not having what its purpose, how it's going to run, who can be involved, how it all goes. Is it only for diverse people, or would the entire town be invited? To me, we need to put all of those thoughts together before we put forward a new committee. So maybe it's, there's a couple of us that can sit down together, and we can do that within the next month, and try to get some thoughts around it. And then, and I know I'm gonna get the snake eyes from Irina, but maybe we might be able to try to figure out something through budget process as well. Because I agree, there's going to be a financial implication. I would like it more tied in with our whole communications program as well, that we really did hear that at the election time, that our communication needs to change, and it's something that is being worked on, but it can't happen overnight. I hate to say that, but things don't happen just overnight within the municipal world. So I have no problem in supporting something, but I don't think this is the right time. And so at this point in time, I would have to be against it, but that doesn't mean that I'm not willing to support and work at this over this next month to try to see if we can't get some kind of terms of reference that we can take to staff and get their thoughts and opinions on it as well.
Councillor Halleru.
Thank you so much for that. One of the things that is lost on a lot of people is the fact that as this is where the word, you cannot hear of certain things because it doesn't affect you. If you set up a committee today, I know of families that are ready and willing to stand up right now and say, hey, this is how it's affected me, that we don't have, I have been going through the school system and dealing with issues of racism amongst kids and bullying. And I've gone in and I've spoken to the kids in the school and tried to talk at a very high level of, bullying and related to diversity and related to racism. I've been part of the homeschool program where I've listened and just realized that nobody understands, the silent sufferings of the newcomer community. I have parents for an Asian parent and another Somali parent that opted to not have kids go to school this past year, this September, because of all the bullying that has happened. Braces broken on kids' mouth, hair being pulled, hijabs being taken off. And if we sit here and think, because we don't know, that we don't need a committee, I'm here to tell you that we do. Because it's only to get these people together so that you have a better picture of what's actually happening in our community that I'm asking for this. So this is from listening to a lot of our community members, old and new, and why you don't see a lot of people of color come out, because they feel like their voices are not heard. The statistics of Ingersoll show that we actually have more Black people than even Asian population. But you don't see them as much because they mind their business. They don't feel heard. I'm here to speak on behalf of the diversity that we actually have in Ingersoll, to say, give them a chance to participate, give them a time frame, say 3 months, and then you can say, maybe we have some progress before we even hit the fall. Because all I'm saying is the content that goes into this is what we're going to help achieve. The publication is one thing, but before the publication, how are we going to reflect ourselves in this publication? Black History Month is right around the corner. Give them a chance to be heard and see how we can feel inclusive of everyone. And that's all I'm asking. A committee is not going to be budget impacting if you say it's only volunteer only, or if it's only going to last 3 months. It's just giving a chance to other people to feel heard. And I rest my case after this.
Thank you for that. And I truly understand that there's people that would not feel maybe heard in the community. I don't feel that I represent my group, like my ethnic background in the community. I was elected to represent everybody in this community, and that's what I tend to do. And I'm sure that's the same with everybody at this table. So it's hard to hear that I may not care about some residents in the town. I just truly do, and I want everybody to be extremely feel welcome, and I'm willing to do what that takes. I'm sure everybody else here as well. I don't disagree with you on that. I simply disagree with that this is ready to move forward in a way that will be the most productive way, because we haven't had the chance to have the discussion exactly of fully what that means. Unfortunately, the notice of motion only has limited information, and moving forward, when we have a committee set up, we need to have the full representation of what that will mean, what the goals is of that committee, what is the mandate for them, how that will achieve, and what we want it to be achieved. And if we don't have those things, we risk failing from the outset. And so I want to do it right. I don't think that with the communications policy, with everything, we need to, if we want to do it right, we have to get the full picture, do the consultations, and move forward in a consensus way. And that's what I'm committed to do. I absolutely support every person who chooses to have Ingersoll as their home. That's pretty awesome. There's only 14,000 of us that get to do that. So, yeah, so any further questions? Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping our conversation can maybe separate the communication piece from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, because there's two things there that will require different actions. And I do want to point to, just because we're not being exclusive does not mean we're being inclusive. And I think the intent of Councillor Hallerou's motion was to consider how we can be more inclusive. And there's no need for us to take offense to that. This is simply all of us learning together on how we can improve what we have been doing. So I don't know if this would give staff enough direction, but I would at least like to amend the motion that council does support the establishment of a committee with further information forthcoming through the budget process. I don't want the intent of Councillor Hallerou's motion and the importance of this conversation to be lost, because we need more time and we need more information, which I absolutely agree on that front. But what I would like to see is that information come from the diverse and equity deserving community. So for us to say, we should come up with all of the terms of this committee, it should come from the people who would be sitting on that committee. So I don't know what this support from staff might be, or how we can keep the motion afloat, but.
And I'll chime in here. Of course, staff will take direction of council and will implement what council needs. I appreciate the words of the deputy mayor there. Knowing what you want the committee to do is important. So it's a little hard for us to frame what we would do with the committee if it's just a committee. And I also caution, it's great to hear voices, but I don't want to set up a committee that's going to identify issues in the school that we won't be able to affect any change over. So don't set up a committee that can't affect the change, you know what I mean? Don't listen and then say, but now we're going to ignore you because we can't do anything on that front. So if you're going to set up a mandate for a committee, make sure that it's going to cover things that we can actually change. And I don't mind the idea of saying, if we're going to create a newsletter, how do we make sure that it's more diverse than Michael? You guys know me well enough to know I'm humble enough to know that I need improvement on that, and I appreciate that. So appreciate that input. So that's great. But I will also remind council, when we did the strategic plan presentation, there were a many number of reports there, and our goals for that strategic plan, we were well on the path of completing a lot of those very early in the term of this year, which really it would more be of the whole term. But I only have so many staff. I can't, the newsletter I'm planning, you know, when you look at the number of reports I'm writing and I'm working on right now, for me to get to it, it's going to be very hard for me to get to it before summer. And we've got a lot on our plate. I rarely say no, but this is one where it's going to take me a while to get the newsletter. So I like the concept of kind of separating the communications and the newsletter idea out of a committee. If there's going to be a committee that may eventually look at the communication in the newsletter, that may be fine. But it's sort of framing what do you want that committee to do? and what are you hoping for them to accomplish? And then asking your staff, is there a budgetary impact to that? So maybe there's a way that motion could be framed to say, you know, those kinds of things. I don't like writing resolutions for you, but let me just say something to the effect of that Ingersoll investigate creating a diversity committee that will look at how diversity can be improved within our structure and within the municipality, and that committee consider looking at or would eventually be involved in the communications process to improve diversity through through that communications process. That's not bad off the top of my head. I'd like to say
it again.
Yeah, exactly, but I can't say it again.
So I just, well, I'm going to say that I just agree with what Deputy Mayor Wilson said. I think it's very important that if we're going to have a committee for diversity, that we reach out to the community and ask what should that look like and the mandate look like. I think that's a good first step. And I would be supportive of if the community as a whole comes back and says, hey, this is what we want to see on that, then that gives us clear direction on what the community wants us to achieve. Yeah.
Just on a final note, the reason I brought it up is because the community did reflect, for me as someone who was running as one of something that they'd like to see. And one of the reasons why I bring up the school, not because it's our jurisdiction, but because I feel like families are responsible for raising kids, and kids go to school and they reflect what families are doing, whether we like it or not. So I feel like whenever there's issues of discrimination or bullying, it's an education that needs to happen, because some people just don't know enough to act differently. And I think we have power in taking it up as a community to reflect the needs of our different diverse population, so that we can reflect them in events and, you know, shows that happen throughout the year, so that it looks like Ingersoll could be a Stratford, for example, just something that brings people around because, God, they're doing this event this time, this event, and I'm only looking at content that goes into our publication, so that when you're reading it at home, you know there's something almost for everyone. And I guess until you put people together to say what are the events that reflect you, you're not necessarily going to have the full picture. Is why the committee, being the reason why people come in, is where you get the results that you're asking for.
So let's try this. I will move a motion to amend the direction be given to staff to recognize the need for a diversity, equity, inclusion committee by seeking feedback from the community and budget implications from staff, and bring a report back to council in the budget process, I'm assuming is when we would need to. So
Can I
leave it at
second that motion?
Yes.
I second that motion.
There is an amendment on the floor to the motion. You'll have the clerk is recording as well.
Thank you.
So
It is
it is video recorded, so,
Let's go back, yes.
but the general nature thereof. Discussion on the motion. I will say I'll support that motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now, if we can deal with the amended motion, because we amended the motion, now we have to deal with the motion as is amended. So, the motion as amended, does anybody need the motion reread? Does everybody understand the intent of the motion? Is there any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. Councilor Halleru, your second notice of motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the second motion is transportation, that the town of Ingersoll discuss transportation needs as a matter of public interest by reestablishing and clarifying the taxi bylaw. And the reason I said this was because it came to our notice as a community that there is something blocking people from. I'm so sorry. I'll go again. All right, so transportation, and that the town of Ingersoll discuss transportation needs as a matter of public interest by reestablishing and clarifying the taxi bylaw. The reason I've brought this up is because as a community, we recognize there was some form of roadblock or obstacle to why we weren't getting any additional services. And I think for the current service that we do have in town, it might seem like it's unfair to bring some competition, but I think it's actually helpful to them because then their level of customer service improves. We do need support for this service because our community is growing. And when I took a look at the bylaw, I'm looking at item 3.4, which is the bottleneck that I recognize as requiring the operator to have a zoned location, and 4.3, which requires that they provide a dispatch service in Ingersoll. So these two roadblocks prevent people that want to do a short-term taxi service, say for a year or two, or even a multi-year service that they could dedicate, say, 4 years to actually establishing this taxi service, because they do not intend to have more than one car. They do not necessarily require a zone location to operate, and they do not necessarily have the ability or the need to establish a dispatch service. So in order to contribute to support our existing service, I think allowing us to generate income from multi-year licenses or 1-year limited licenses, and even offering to have what they call it, limited licenses to put out every year, could allow us to A, control competition, and B, allow for support services to our existing taxi service. Because we are not looking to set up our own transportation, that would be the other option. Then I think we need a taxi service that keeps our community feel and still allows us to access our satellite cities, because we do need that for our growing population.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hudson.
No, you go ahead.
Discussion. Councillor Hughes.
Looking at the taxi bylaw, this was put in place in 2009. I think it should be one of the bylaws that we take a look at updating. I don't want to say as soon as possible. I know that's impossible. But we should look at updating it in the near future in order to bring it up to date in regards to many other situations and options that are available for opportunities for taxi service.
Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens.
I would agree with Councillor Hughes. I have a question, if I may ask. So 3.4, it says that it needs to be in a property that is zoned to allow such use. What zoning does it need to be in, if I can ask that?
Commercial use, but the question, we'd have to look at it more, that's if you're going to run like a dispatch office and so on. So there may be other models that could fit into our taxi bylaw that wouldn't require that. So that's not necessarily a requirement. It's just that if you are going to run one of those facilities, it has to be zoned properly, which is actually kind of a moot statement because every business has to be in the properly zoned property. So, but I mean, if the direction is to write a report and analyze the taxi bylaw and bring it back to council to see if it needs updating, I think staff can entertain that. But I want to caution, we have been undertaking a lot of work under the strategic plan, and we're getting a lot more work here, and I'm running out of horses, guys, so.
So, yep, Councilor Halleru.
So the reason this is very important is because it only needs for us to strike out that bottleneck, because there's no, either we add a provision that you can actually start a personal business as a taxi and allow some limited taxi services to join the competition, or we strike out this bottleneck because no one has really taken up getting a license in 6-7 years that I've been here because this bottleneck exists. So it seems it's either all or nothing, and that's why we don't have anyone taking it up.
Well, we still have to have good analysis done. We have a taxi company that is complying with the current bylaw, so we need to be fair to the competition out there. We just can't, there is no barrier to someone meeting the requirements such as the current taxi bylaw and providing a services within the town of Ingersoll. They can certainly come to ask for exemption from the bylaw if they wanted to, if that's something they wanted to do. When I was talking to people that were interested, they were under the impression that they were not allowed to have another taxi in the town of Ingersoll, and that's simply not true. You just have to conform with the bylaw. I can think of, not that I want to limit competition, but we do use the current provider for paratransit services. So if there is too much competition in our current provider or any of the competition, it's not a viable market for anybody, we could lose the ability to provide paratransit services. We need to also think about if we don't have it in there that has to be zoned properly, someone could maybe run a dispatch service out of their house, and we are now going to be in a trouble that way as well. So on the surface, it may be a complicated issue. I'd be more interested if we're in compliance with municipalities, if we're meeting the standards of municipalities that are out there. There's the question of Ubers as well, whether they're regulated or not, and I don't know. I've had a conversation with a gentleman today about that, and the question is, we don't know. So, yep, absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, so I think one of the reasons this bylaw existed in the first place was before the whole Uber movement, and a lot of municipalities used that to protect what was going to come into town. We needed that physical presence, which is what I'm trying to build on. So instead of having our community move towards the Uber model, let's take ownership of it and allow people so that we know where they live, that they are actually in Ingersoll, they're registered in Ingersoll, they provide the service in Ingersoll. I think this becomes the alternative that is better than an Uber-style service and allows us to maintain some support for our existing service provider, because I find that if we think that competition is going to be taking business away from them, we actually also are doing a disservice to them, because they are not currently meeting service levels for the community. They do not have the ability to help everyone that is currently needing the service, and we do need, as a community, to have one or two other options, which is why I'm saying that we have the power to limit how many taxi operators come in, but we cannot sit here and say that we truly don't want to give competition to the only monopoly and keep people suffering, because there are people that need this to go to work. A lot of people have come into our community with one car, and once one person in the family leaves, the other can't even go to work because they can't rely on a taxi service to work. They can't rely on a taxi service to go to the hospital. It is a dying and serious need that we heard a lot about on the campaign trail, and I think we really do need to take this seriously.
Councilor Boston.
So I remember sitting on the bylaw committee when we actually did this taxi bylaw. That's how long ago. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't do this. I think that we do need to take and review this bylaw. My question would be to Michael and Danielle, would a reasonable time be 6 to 8 months that we would be able to review this bylaw? So my thoughts are this. If somebody is wanting to bring a taxi service into this community, I am not going to stop another taxi service coming from it. They need to follow the bylaw that's there, or they need to, and if people are listening to our council meetings, they're hearing this right now, any one of the council members can go back to somebody and say, follow the bylaw. If there's something within the bylaw that's stopping you, then apply for a variance to council, and that can be taken at merit, and we can discuss it at that point. At this point in time, I don't want to put staff in a position that they can't get the work done that is already required of them, and then add another bylaw, which is why I asked the question 6 to 8 months. So if we can ask for a report to come back, clarifying and reevaluating our bylaw that is there. I don't think it's stopping anyone from applying to become another taxi service. I'll be honest, when we first put this together, that safety certificate 4.2 was more of a hindrance for a taxi service than it was anything. And I'm not willing to negotiate safety for anybody riding in a taxi service in this community. If they are willing to drive somebody, they need to follow the safety aspects that are put forward. If it's that they're not in a zoned properly place, then let's talk about that and let's see what can be done in that respect. But I also am cognizant of our staff's time. So if you would like to amend it, that we look at a report coming back to council within the next 8 months, then I would be fully supportive of what you are putting forward. But I can't ask staff to do something within the next month in that respect. People have to take responsibility for themselves as well. If they're interested in running a taxi service, then they have to look at the bylaws that are in place, just like they would in any other community. And I'm not saying that I don't have friends that don't take taxis, they do. I help friends out constantly by giving them the ride here, giving them the ride there. I don't take money for it, therefore I'm not seen as a taxi service. I do it out of my goodness of my heart. And there's a lot of people in this community that use it. I welcome the competition. I don't think that our taxi service here right now would not welcome competition. We used to have 2 taxi services in this community. For those that are newer, we used to have Old Time Taxi and Ingersoll Taxi Service that ran in this community many, many years ago. And I don't think that they were able to keep it going. I don't know, I'll be honest. I don't know why they couldn't keep it going. Everybody runs businesses differently, and so I say bring it forward, absolutely. I welcome another taxi company. I think it would help. I know that people from Woodstock, if you're in Woodstock, you have to get a Woodstock taxi company to bring you back into Ingersoll. You can't call a Woodstock company to come and get you in Ingersoll. I think that exists within a bylaw. If I'm not mistaken, I remember hearing that out in the community, that people couldn't get a Woodstock taxi to come and get them in Ingersoll to take them to Woodstock. And I don't know whether it's anything within the bylaw. I honestly don't remember. It could be just something that people have made up at this point. I don't know. But maybe we can look at that one quickly and just make sure. Yeah. But if you want to amend the bylaw, I would be happy to second that amendment, that the report come back from 6 to 8 months from now.
Thank you, Christy. I definitely would appreciate an amendment. The 4.3 that we're talking about is the dispatch that they need to have, which means that they kind of have to have a dispatch service, which is, I think, the deterrent for when one person just wants to run a taxi service. And it is true that in Woodstock, if they wanted to come here, they've been asked to have a location in Ingersoll before they can operate here, which is exactly following the bylaw. And that's why we have this problem where people cannot get services to come and get them, because they're not traditionally operating from Ingersoll. So I think that was one of the reasons I wanted us to take a look at it, but I definitely second your motion to amend, to have staff take a look at this at least and help us maybe eliminate the, and if it requires us accepting that you can submit a variation, which I don't know if many people know, then that's definitely helpful as well.
So I've heard 2 seconders, but I have heard no motion made, so. Okay.
That we amend the motion that report come back from staff at the latest 8 months. I will put a minimum, but at the latest 8 months from now, with us reviewing the taxi bylaw that is before us.
Is there a seconder for that?
I second that.
Thank you. Discussion. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so it definitely needs to be brought forward. 8 months is good. And again, staff has a huge pile before them in regards to our strategic plan and what we had planned. And we all agreed upon back last month and for the previous council back last spring. So we have to keep that in mind as well. But everybody has to remember that anybody who wants to deal with or bring something to town, whether it's for building, whether it's for taxi, whether it's for whatever, if they can't meet the requirements of the existing bylaw, they can come and ask for a variance, a minor variance to the bylaw to allow certain things like that. You can do it with any bylaw. It's up to council to say, well, no, that's too much of a reach, we won't allow that, or, hey, that makes sense, let's allow it. So we need to also, I'm not gonna say promote that, because you're gonna be promoting all kinds of stuff over the next little while. But it's something that needs to be realized that you can ask for minor variances to bylaws, and it'd be up to council of the day to decide yes or no.
So it's my understanding that we have a motion to amend to have staff bring back a bylaw, but can we provide a little clearer further direction on what we want to see reviewed in the bylaw? Because I'm sure they can read it tomorrow, but we need to provide direction on what we want to see as far as whether it's barriers reduced, possible barriers reduced, or
So what we're looking to see is barriers reduced, or at least an addressing how you could start a single taxi service as added, support to the existing infrastructure. So it definitely talks about it being an established taxi service with dispatch and location. It's omitted someone who just wants to start a taxi to support the community, like an Uber, without it being an Uber, so that we can control who's actually getting a license to operate.
so. Okay, I think staff has heard the direction then, and I appreciate that, just to verify, to make sure we get back something that we're looking for. Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councilor Halleru, Community and Youth Committee, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself, looking for a seconder. This is that the town of Ingersoll reintroduced the youth committee previously existing up until 2018 and introduced new goals like engaging youth in broader community initiatives. Members will make up a committee for the calendar year and according to the regulations stating how long committees serve. This is just asking us to think about bringing this committee back, as again, if we had the report happen tonight from a recreational committee, we noticed that there was a lot of kids that have taken up Fusion, for example. And again, because I've dealt with some of the schools and I see areas in which some of these kids can contribute and get volunteer hours, I feel like just reestablishing it to also reflect the new kids and the options that exist for them is worth bringing back. And I think they would have liked to hear that, but they're not here to lend a voice to it.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens.
Thank you.
Discussion. Councillor Van Kooten-Bosens.
All right, so I worked at Fusion when it first started. I wanted to have a conversation with you about this one because I was a part of that when we brought forward, and there was 2 youth committees. I don't know if you ever realized that. There was a youth committee that the youth sat on, and then there was a committee that dealt with youth, but it was adult-based. So I'm assuming you are meaning youth committee. So I have no problems in engaging and trying to get a youth committee back going at Fusion. It disbanded in 2018 because the kids themselves were not interested in serving on that committee at that time. That's why it disbanded. It had nothing to do with Fusion staff taking it out or anything like that. The goals were introduced by the kids. The rules that still exist at Fusion were introduced by the kids. That whole place was and is still for the kids in that respect. So if making up a youth committee will help to bring some of those youth back into a place where they feel that they have a say, I don't see how they don't. I know the people that are there and helping to shape our young people there, but if this is one way that we can engage them again and we can get a committee back up and running, then I have no problem with that and be happy to help serve on that committee as well.
So I'm on the understanding that Fusion does have a committee of youth presently. So I would like to wait till we have the community services presentation to get clarification on what's actually happening first.
Yeah.
I would, if it can be expanded to include more things, that's one thing, but to have a duplication, then I don't think that's necessary. So, yeah, Councillor Halleru.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not looking to definitely have a duplication. I just want it back as it was, because again, in listening to a lot of youth, I recognize that there are youth in our community currently that are looking to go beyond just working at Fusion. They're looking to be able to go into even the senior center or the art center and contribute and even teach classes. I've heard from a lot of them, and I've seen that there is an opportunity with our youth to actually go across the whole recreational community. So I think if there is none, then it comes back, and if there is, then we want a way to work with them so that they can actually work broader in the community and not just at Fusion.
So I will move to defer this until after the community services presentation, if that's okay.
I second that.
All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Recreational facility income, Councillor Halleru.
Okay. So this, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself and looking for a seconder. This basically says that the town of Ingersoll should carry out a review of the authority to approve rentals for Ingersoll facilities and other recreational uses by the community, evaluating this process for public access, and resolving any issues with the online registration system. Now, this happened because for the last 6 years, I've been trying to access the online booking system, and it has never worked. Unfortunately, I've communicated that a few times, and when I did manage to have a conversation with Kyle, he was not aware because no one had ever brought it to his attention. So I've asked a few people to test it out, and it never worked. That people had, said they could never book it, and so I investigated, and when I talked to him, he realized that it was never working, and no one has ever complained about it. So he's kind of put a temporary working form on there. And I'm saying that this is an opportunity for us to take a look at our booking system, because as we talk about improving and even going to our MERC in the future, it's time that we can look at how the community accesses booking facilities. Submitting requirements for special occasions is there, but when it comes to regular bookings, it should be something that generates so much income for us because we're not adding any bottleneck. So you want to book something for social, recreational, teaching, you should be able to do that through the online portal, and the scheduling would happen based on that software. And that's kind of where I'm talking to have the approvals go through without it being a very time-consuming part on the part of staff.
Michael.
Yeah, I think if there's something that's not working, we'll look into it as staff, and Kyle will be reporting on his department soon, so we can ask him some questions at that portion of it and have that. You know, it'd be the same if our complaint portal wasn't working, we would not need a special report or something like that. It would just be something that we would investigate to make sure that it's working. I'll ask staff to look into that to make sure that it's working properly and have them report when they do their departmental presentation on that software and how it's working.
Okay.
I'll ask for a seconder on that, but we do have direction from staff.
I second that.
No, you moved it, so
I'll move, okay.
You've moved the motion.
I don't see a seconder, but
I'll second it for discussion purposes.
okay,
Okay, thank you.
discussion.
Yeah, definitely, discussion situation would be, is if, as Michael said, if there is a problem, needs to be repaired, needs to be fixed. I don't think, as Michael said, a special report needs to be brought forward, but again, we can maybe defer this until we have our community services presentation done so that the questions can be asked of Kyle, and then he can bring information back as required.
Further discussion? Deputy Mayor Wilson, please.
Through you, just a question for staff. The policy, the way it looks like in the form is just the manager of that facility approves the bookings when they receive the request. Is that?
To my knowledge of it, yes.
Just because I had conversation with Kyle about this when it first came forward. So sometimes it's not automatically approved because there's public health, AGCO regulations. So it really depends on the use of the room, and that's why it's not an automatic approval, is that it has to be reviewed to understand how that room is going to be used, and then making sure that we're getting the individual who's renting that room to be compliant with all those requirements that aren't just Town of Ingersoll, but also provincial requirements.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think, I think that if there is an issue with a town facility, a product, we can definitely deal with that through staff, and I don't think that we need to continue any further with it. I think staff will, Kyle will be here for a presentation, and it can be addressed internally. Yes. Councilor Van-Kouten-Bosens.
So I rented Parks this past year, and they have a whole process, and it is very well laid out for anybody who is looking. I didn't do it online. I had emailed the Parks Committee or Parks Department and said, I'm looking to do this. What do I need to do? And they didn't push me online. They sent me the forms that I needed to do. So I think that I'm not going to support this one. I think that Kyle could bring forward the reports that have to be filled out. I agree that it's laid out very, very well with the new reporting forms that they have. If the online system's not working, I trust that Michael and Kyle will work at that and get that together. And if he says that he didn't know, I firmly believe, Kyle, that he didn't know, because otherwise he would have it working. So I'm not going to support this tonight, and I would like to, maybe we can let Kyle know that, you know, the reporting process could be a part of his report, if that's at all possible, and then that way all of council can see what reports have to be filled out and why they have to be filled out, exactly what you're saying, you know, to meet all of the different functions of what that is about.
Councilor Halleru.
Yes, so yes, one of the reasons, again, that this is important to note is that different people get different things, and it is understandable that there is a special events form that you can fill for different things, and you require different permissions. That is recognized. But in a sense that we are looking to unify our recreational services, I am looking to take this to the level where it has to be uniform across the board. I also wanted to rent the park at some point. I was told it required a council. I have a very detailed email that tells me council has to sit to approve the use of the parks. And sometimes you begin to wonder if it's subjective sometimes, and I'm not saying it is, but when people don't understand what you're trying to do, it doesn't mean that you're not doing it right and following the rules. So when it comes to the digital forms, all municipalities that have this unified form, you submit insurance, you submit food handlers, you submit, there's a way to streamline this process so that it actually is fair across board and it's accessible to anyone who wants to use it. If there's anything other than that, we do recognize the difference in different events, but I think it's worth discussing because, again, we're looking to move forward with a wonderful recreational facility, and every community bases more income on recreation. So we need to kind of open up our minds on how our digital service takes that into account.
I would just caution that town staff follow policy, and if there is evidence that they're not, then that's one thing, but I would challenge on making accusations of fairness. I don't believe it's fair to staff. They're not here to defend them. They're not here to defend themselves.
Yeah, not accusations,
Councillor-
but reality.
Yeah, and I would be very disappointed if some of my staff were being subjective in some way in applying an application. And it's very hard to compare events because a lot of events are very different. That's why we have like special events process, because it covers a wide range of what might need to be done, and a whole range of events can trigger a bunch of other agencies. And the same can be true for renting of facilities, because when you're cooking or supplying food and stuff, there can be a number of things that trigger that. And so to make it uniform is next to impossible, because almost every event is a little bit different than anything else. But we've had great success with our special event process. I think we can look at how this software is working and get a report on that. It'd be my suggestion that we wait until we get Kyle to give a report on that, and we go forward from there.
Call vote the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion defeated. Daycare slot creation, Councillor Halleru.
Okay. This one is moved by myself, that the town of Ingersoll operates to help individuals create daycare spots with support training in the community for additional daycare slots. And in this case, we're looking at if staff could be helpful in liaising with county to help us with information, support, resources to start unlicensed daycares, which the province allows individuals to do. The difference being that licensed daycares will defer to the county, but when you have unlicensed daycares, the community could actually register this list of people so that A, there's accountability on their part, and B, we help to add a lot of daycare spots for those that need it the most. And it happens that we don't have that publicized or encouraged, but people do need this service. And one way that I found municipalities can help is to actually keep a registry of those people who in the community offer unlicensed daycare. And that's what I'm proposing here.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Deputy Mayor Wilson, please. Deputy Mayor Wilson. Discussion. Deputy Mayor Wilson.
So I think Councillor Halleru's comments were talking about, there's a difference between unlicensed home childcare and licensed home childcare. There's lots of differences, the main one being oversight from the providers. So I reached out to Oxford Community Childcare Centre, which is one of the organizations that issues, they hold the license for the provider. They're not given directly to the home daycare, which gives them access to things like grant subsidies for the children in their home daycare. It gives them oversight in terms of like insurance and safety in the home daycare, all those sorts of things. Currently, they're allowed to give 50 licenses. They've given 12, and 3 of them are in Ingersoll. So there is a really massive shortage on licensed home childcare spaces in Ingersoll, even though that is the fastest way to get more spaces, because it's, you know, someone at home creating those spaces. All that aside, she said the actual barrier is the Ingersoll bylaw that limits licensed home daycares to 5 spots. They're actually allowed to have 6, and the Ingersoll bylaw says 5. So a simple way to incentivize licensed home daycare would be aligning with that ministry guidance to allow for 6. So that's just a matter of discussion, and I don't know where we take it from here because that was not in the motion, but I guess my comments are to say that this is important and this is urgent. It's just a matter of how the motion can reflect getting the appropriate action.
I'm just going to say, I see staff scurrying, and this is why it's so important to have motions laid out, because I think I'm just going to call a recess for 5 minutes, allow staff some time to prepare. I think they're trying to find the actual, where we would have something in our bylaw that would limit that, so.
I was going to ask what bylaw is that in?
And
Because,
Yeah,
but let's
I
have
was
a,
gonna say, we
let's
can
have a
have a
recess.
recess,
Thank
yeah.
you.
The Ontario Building Code as well, so there is numbers involved
yeah,
that you cannot exceed without being licensed for, the Ontario Building Code regulates it as well.
5,
Okay,
I
so
think.
there are numbers in place. Off the top of my head, I can't remember what they are, but I think it's 5.
It's 5.
You can't exceed 5.
We are in recess.
Yeah, we'll come back.
Right? Or are we in recess? I'm sorry, I did.
to share.
Yeah,
Michael?
it does appear the zoning bylaw does say daycare private home means temporary care and custody for reward or compensation not more than 5 children, whereas a daycare center allows for a minimum of 6 children. I'm not sure why that's been there. I've never had this question raised for me over the years, but that is something we can consider. We're already considering some other amendments to the zoning bylaw, so that's something we can look at.
Comment on that. I'd like you to just be aware that this is also regulated under, I believe the Ontario Building Code has a section in it as well concerning this, so we can't put forward an amendment that goes against whatever the current regulations are. So we would have to weigh this against whatever is already stipulated.
Councillor Halleru.
And I like that he raised that question, because that's exactly why I thought this should be something we take ownership of, because from the example that I'm trying to give in the city of Mission, where 1,600 people, daycare problem, this is how they took ownership. They actually had anyone who was interested come on, do the training for just the one night, understand the requirements, so that we could narrow down whose household was even qualified to host the daycare. So that way we have a registry that is able to tell the safest people who could run the unlicensed daycare and have a registry, so that if you're looking for, you would go to them first before risking your kids anywhere else.
Councillor Hughes.
I've been out of the child business for a little while. What is the difference between a licensed daycare or licensed home daycare center and an unlicensed or unregistered daycare center?
Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Through you, I can share what I know. There's a couple of, like as a parent that would be putting their kids, I mean, I've used unlicensed daycare, so I'm not trying to, be negative, but there's a lot of oversight from the provider. So in this case, Oxford Community Child Care Center checks in, I think it's weekly. You have to provide a menu. They check the safety of the house. There's working fire alarms, for example. They check all of those things in order to maintain your license. So a lot of it is around safety. For the provider, Oxford Community Child Care Center, again, for example, they collect payment from the parents. So as the provider, you always get paid. They worry about whether they're compensated or not. So you always know there's not an issue with payment, and they work through subsidies and those kinds of things. The final thing I would say is, again, there's others, but a lot of unlicensed daycares will not provide you a tax receipt, which means that you as a parent cannot claim those tax incentives. So there's all sorts of benefits to being licensed, and a lot of them also have to do with government grants and subsidies, like you just cannot access unless it's licensed.
Yeah,
As far as I know.
So obviously childcare is something we need the community, we need childcare providers. I'm certainly myself think that I don't want to risk the liability within the municipality of promoting unlicensed childcare if the reason why you have licensed childcare within the community is because it meets safety standards. I think if something organically wants to happen in the community where unlicensed child care providers provide information to others, that's one thing. I think that if we do it as a community, we take on liability and risk. The county has jurisdiction over childcare. I have no problem sharing any information that they want about childcare through our media sources and supporting that. That's the goal of the community. But as far as anything to do with unlicensed, I think we open up ourselves to liability, especially if we're providing training. And we're fighting the county on something that they're doing a pretty good job of when it works, obviously, because by the sounds of it, if I had children, I wouldn't have a problem sending them to a licensed daycare facility if that's the stuff. If you can find them, again, we should encourage people to take that route and go the licensed route. That's how you get the $10 a day childcare. Is through licensed providers, and the county provides that funding. They are the funding provider. Councillor Halleru.
So we're grateful that you brought that up, because everyone who's heard that has said, we wish that the county would have more daycare spots in Ingersoll. So I guess you would help us make that case at the county level.
Absolutely, I'll do anything at the county level to make sure that those services that we need in our community that are provided at the county are here. Again, we can always ask, I can always take that to the county and ask information from the people who run human services and early on and stuff like that to provide the barriers that they have. It could just be that there's not enough people out there that want to go through the process. There could be the barrier of the 5 spots, but again, if that's out of our control, that's out of our control. There's lots of things we can do, but again, I just don't support unlicensed providers. I'm not saying they're all bad. I know some. It's not the case. It's just from a liability standpoint from the community. It's not a risk I'd be willing to take.
That's exactly where I was going, Mayor, was the liability aspect of it, of an unregistered or unlicensed daycare facility.
Okay. There's any other discussion?
Well, I'm just saying that still does leave the issue of the bylaw that limits to 5 when, according to Child Care and Early Years Act, they are allowed to have 6. So we could still choose to address that.
So what I would recommend on there, we've given staff a lot to work on.
Yeah.
Maybe as a council, we take on something and we can do some research, and then if needed, then we can come back to staff for clarification. But it seems like that's more of a point to clarify, and that we can do some possible research on there, unless Mr.
Yeah,
Davis
and I
has
would just
another-
say that if we're reviewing our zoning bylaw, I can ask the planning staff to re-review that, and they can also check and confirm that, because it does make some sense what the chief building official said, that there's a reason why they would have picked 5. So we'd have to confirm if there's some legislation that's governing that or not. If not, and it meets the county criteria of what would be a home daycare, that's something we can look at as part and parcel of a cleanup bylaw. We probably won't have a cleanup bylaw for a few months anyway, but I would undertake to review that as a normal course of business, so.
Thank you, Mr. Aves. Councilor Van Kouten-Bosens.
So if it comes back, and I can see this, because the right hand doesn't talk to the left hand, let's be honest. If the building code comes back that it's still 5, then this is now a provincial issue. And we really need to take it above to provincial in that respect. Because if the building code is saying 5, and yet the rest of the government has said, well, it needs to be 6 to become a licensed daycare, then I guess we need to look at our provincial person and say, how do we get this changed?
So I can solve this right now. I'm looking at the Ontario page, and it says an unlicensed child care provider can care for a maximum of 5 children under the age of 13, and they must count their own children that are younger than they're 4 years old. So it's 5 years old is 5 is the maximum number.
So then Oxford Community, maybe you have the connection there, maybe go back and connect with them. And ladies, I sit in wanting to have more daycare within our community. So I'm not
So we'll
wanting
have to
this
work
I
on-
don't want this I think it's probably going to get defeated, but I don't want to see it end. So if that's the case, can you go back to Oxford and then let us know what happens, and we can go from there? And then if we need to bring a different motion forward, we can put our heads together to bring back a different motion if that's the case. Because I'm hearing what you're saying, I understand that, but at the same time, I don't want it to rest until we have exact reasons, because Oxford Child Care is giving us a line, then if that's the case, and that needs to change then. So they need to figure out something as well,
To me.
so. Thank you.
Mr. Donnelly.
Many of these regulations are written in such a way that you have to interpret what the meaning is. So when they tell you that it's up to a certain level, it doesn't mean the level they quote is included. So if it says up to 6, that means you can have 5. All right? If it meant to include 6, it would say up to and including 6. So it's a lot of times the language that they use to write it can be a little difficult to interpret, but I see this all the time in the building code with numbers that are used, and I'm not saying that it isn't 6, but I'm just saying that in all probability, that's what you have to use, is the wording, is, so below 6, you can operate, and above 6, you can't without a license. Part of licensing requirements is that you have to have a child to provider ratio that you have to maintain, and that you also have to have a licensed educator on staff as well.
Yeah.
I don't know, and forgive me, I'm not up on the regulations, but I don't know whether it's an early childhood education person or, but there is something in there.
Well, let me help
Just
you out.
going off memory right now. And I'd have to look into this because, to be honest with you, the last one of these situations I had to deal with was a complaint issue that I had to deal with, and it probably goes back about 5-6 years ago. And I haven't had to deal with anything relating to that since then. So I'd have to check on the regulations and whether or not it may have been a bylaw, zoning bylaw issue that I was dealing with at the time. But there are definitely restrictions involved that you have to be aware of.
Councillor Halleru.
Yeah, just to answer the question, and because I've been through this training, Councillor Hughes was asking, the difference between a licensed daycare and a non-licensed daycare is the amount of kids and the ratio. So you are able to operate unlicensed for up to 5 kids, and we're told that if you want more kids, then you have to be licensed. So being unlicensed doesn't necessarily disqualify you because you are still binded by the early years guidance, and they give you the resources to how to teach, how to feed, everything, because they consider it a manageable number. But as long as you want to go more, then you have to be licensed. And I think that's where the province drew the line, just to make sure that it's more, because again, it's more liability for more kids, then now they want to oversee you. But just having less kids doesn't mean you're less qualified or you're not. And most small business owners who have more 5 kids can actually have their own insurance. And some of them you can actually get a receipt and you can actually claim, because all they needed to do was to register as a business with the Ontario license. So there's so many things that we learned in that process that were so not common knowledge that allowed people to then take it up, and then all of a sudden there were more daycare spots because people now were aware, which is kind of the intent behind this motion.
But then the motion needs to read that.
Yeah.
You have to put things into words on how you want that motion to read, and that is, I see it support training, sorry, I
Yeah,
apologize,
training.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I'm reading this and seeing support training, and all I'm seeing is dollar signs for our municipality. And that's not our mandate to take on a county project, and that's where it's at this point. So if that is what you're wanting that to say, that is not saying this. So if I can give one piece of advice, I'm sorry, I can't support this as much as I want more daycare slots in Ingersoll. I can't support this the way it's written. So as far as I'm concerned, I think we've got a few avenues that we're going down. I think that this, if you want to bring this back in a different form with it worded differently, just as how you have said it, then that's a different story. But your motions need to actually read. You can't have it that you're going to have all this. There needs to be more than one sentence. Okay? So for me, I can't support this, and I don't know how to word it at this point in time. So I'm not supporting this motion the way it's read at this point, and I think that we've got other avenues that we're going down, and then we can look at going further with this in a different scenario. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion defeated. Thank you. We will now go back up to go into committee of the whole on introduce bylaws 2252-36 to 2252-38. Councillor Halleru.
Moved by myself, Mr. Mayor. Moved by my moved by myself, Councillor Halleru, seconded by Councillor Hudson, that the mover have leave to introduce and go into committee of the whole on the following bylaws. Remove members of council from Development Coordinating Committee, Bylaw 22-5236. Amend zoning bylaw ZN 6-22-04, Bylaw 22-5237, and December 19th, 2022 and January 9th, 2023 confirmation bylaw, Bylaw 22-5238. Council in committee of the whole, Mayor Petrie in the chair. On motion, the bylaws are accepted as circulated. That this constitutes the first and second reading of the bylaws.
Thank you very much. We are now in a committee of the whole. Would anybody like to discuss any of the bylaws? Seeing, I guess we should vote on that, right? All those in favor of the motion first? Perfect. Opposed? That's carried. Now we're in the committee of the whole. Would anybody like to discuss the bylaws?
And
Seeing none, I will now call on Councillor Hudson, it's getting late, that the committee now rise to the committee of the whole.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Kooten-Bossens, that the committee do now rise out of the committee of the whole.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Van Kooten-Bossen, third reading, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, Councillor Van Kooten-Bossen, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wilson, that bylaws 22-5236 to 22-5238 be now read a third time, passed, signed, and sealed, and that this constitutes the third reading of the bylaws.
Discussion. There's no discussion on third reading. I broke my own rule. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. All right. And Deputy Mayor Wilson, would you like to adjourn the meeting, please?
Sure, with one final comment, if I may, Mr. Mayor? Or no?
We
I'll adjourn first, right?
Pardon me? We'll adjourn first, and then we'll
Okay.
we'll go around for comments.
Sure. That Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ingersoll adjourns the January 9th, 2023 regular meeting of council at 10:21 p.m.
Discussion. All those in favor? It's carried.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So we're a new team, and I just wanted to say I'm really proud of the discussion that we had tonight, and how we kind of worked through everything and the things we were able to accomplish, and it just makes me that much more hopeful and excited to work with each of you for the town. So I'm very proud of how everything went tonight. I think it was just a really great learning process for all of us to get through, so.
Thank you very much. Councillor Halleru.
And I want to also thank you guys for keeping up with the rookie in here too. I know that I was hasty in putting my motions forward because I felt it was budget impacting, because I don't think there's any decision we'll ever make that is not policy or budget impacting. And I know that, now that I know how winded it was, I won't do this again, putting as many motions together at the same time, but I basically just learned through that, and I thank you guys for understanding.
Excellent. Councillor Van Kooten-Bossen.
Thank you, Mayor. It has been very good tonight. Great discussion. It's late, but it's not as late as we've had for council meetings. I've had much, much later, to be very honest, and it's been great to have the discussion around the table. I do hope that and I'm going to say it, older members of council are listening to what you're saying, and hope that you feel that we're being helpful. I don't want to seem that we're not. We do have more experience. However, you only gain that experience by us saying stuff around the table as well. That's how I learned over 16 years as well. And so I do hope that it never comes across that we're attacking or anything like that. If it does, please talk to each one of us in that respect. I want to bring up that we have lost some prominent members of our community over the last month. Not just our community. I'm going to start with the OPP officer who gave his life. And we have a lot of first responders, both OPP, the fire, EMS, who respond to calls on a constant basis within our community and within the province itself. And I think I've read people say that that's a part of the job. It's not a part of the job. And I'm going to say that loud and clear. They understand what the risks are of their job, but they don't expect to stop and help somebody pulled off on the side of a road and get shot just because they decided to stop. That could have been any one of us who stopped to help somebody in the side of the road, but unfortunately it was an OPP officer. And I know that we heard our flags, but I'm going to say that on behalf of myself, I extend condolences to every member of the OPP force for losing one of their own, and know that I support them, and it's not a part of the job. It is something that you know taking the job could happen, but I would hope that we never get to a point in our community that we just expect them to give their lives, and especially when it's so senseless. So we lost another prominent member of our community, Gail McKay, very, very instrumental in the Ingersoll Pipe Band. He also was very instrumental in our pool being put together and having the funding. He was the driving force behind that funding for the pool, and is going to be very much missed in this community. Our thoughts and prayers obviously go to all of his kids. I went to school with two of them, and I know Tracy did too. It's sad when you lose them. I know he's at peace, and he's no longer in pain. He was dealing with cancer, and that's never a fun thing. There's too many that are passing away of cancer these day and age, but and we just lost Father Paul Walmsley as well, who was the Padre, not only minister for St. James Anglican Church, but he was also the Padre for the Legion. And so there's a wider community of just not a church, but also the Legion members who very much looked up to him to provide a spirituality to them in their time of need. And I know was always there. Whenever he was called by the Legion, he was there to support them. So they are having a tough time. I know that the St. James Anglican Church is having a hard time. His funeral will be tomorrow. Yeah, it's tough to lose some big people in our community. And I just hope that we're all kind and support one another as we go through this life. So thank you for the time, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the kind words for the people of our community and our province. That's very nice. Yeah, I don't think anybody who knew Gail didn't see a cigar in his mouth. I think he probably slept with one. The legend in my mind, he will sleep with a cigar going.
He'll have one up.
And it didn't matter the age he got, he was still the center large. He was probably the largest man in town, it seemed, when he was leading the pipe band, and that's probably why he did it for so many years. So he will certainly be missed. Yeah, we're losing. You follow the obituaries, and unfortunately, we're losing a lot of familiar names, and it's sad to see that happen. But that means it has made an impact in our lives, and that's a good thing, right? So, thank you, council and staff, for tonight. Michael, enjoy the rest of your vacation.
Can I?
Absolutely, Councillor Hallery.
Last thing I want to say, it's about the 5th and 6th meeting. I just feel like I want to propose that we start every meeting with acknowledgement. I don't know if that's something that ever happened, but I think it's only fair. I feel like it keeps us grounded, that if we start every meeting with that, maybe from next meeting, I don't know if that's a proposal or motion or whatever, but I just thought it would be nice to see us do that every time we start a meeting.
Staff, our
preparing a report, and they'll be bringing that forward on that item, but I won't have it for you for the next meeting. It'll take us some time to put that report together, so we're gathering some information on that. We are working on that. We got a lot of assignments tonight, so we'll be working on them.
We've met with Cody Grote, who is an Indigenous person within our community and a teacher of Indigenous Studies at the Western University. So he's helping staff through the process to make sure that it's done right and respectfully. And so when we bring something forward, the community, the Indigenous community, is leading that effort at the council table. But yeah, with that, we thank you very much for that. But yeah, we are officially adjourned. You can go home, go to sleep.
I didn't know Michael was